Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of the event, Young Innovators Program 2022. It gives me immense pleasure to greet all the dignitaries, participants, mentors, judges, and guests who all have added to the aura of this glorious day by choosing to be a part of it. It started in August 2022 and it has come a long way. Congratulations to all the teams who made it till here. Before we start the final round, I will ask my co-anchor to please announce the rules of this round.
Hello everyone. So let me announce the rules for today's round. Teams will be given 8 minutes to complete their presentation about their model. A single bell will be given after 7 minutes, and after 8 minutes a double bell will ring, and the team needs to stop the presentation after the double bell rings. The presentation will be followed by a question and answer session with the judges, which will be done within 4 minutes. The teams will be scored on the basis of their content, presentation, and question and answers. I hope all the teams are ready with their presentations. I wish all of them best of luck. Thank you.
Before we start, I would like to welcome all our judges for the final round. Please welcome Professor Nilanjan Das Chakladar, Assistant Professor in Mechanical Engineering. Please welcome Professor Devdik Mukhopadhyay, Professor in Computer Science and Engineering. Please welcome Professor Bhimcharan Maikap, Head of Chemical Engineering. Please welcome our Head of Judge Panel, Professor Prabir Kumar Bishwas, Professor in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering. I will ask Professor Prabir Kumar Bishwas to say a few words before we start this.
A very good morning to all of you. In fact, myself along with my team members, we are really excited to be present in this morning among so many young, dynamic talents. You are the future of the nation. See, we are grown up, right? So our thought process is constrained by many other constraints, but you are free to think anything and try to see that whatever you think of, that is translated into something which is beneficial to the nation. So that is the initiative of this particular program. So we are looking forward for your nice presentations. Judging in such a platform is really tough job, but anyway, we have to do it, okay? So thank you to be present, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words. Now, I would like to invite Team Xylem from Bhartiyam International School with their project All-in-One Robot for Agricultural Purpose to come on the stage and present their model. Meanwhile, I request a participant from Team Indigenous to come besides the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am Adya Srivastav.
And I am Sarthak Charaya.
And we are Team Xylem from Bhartiyam International School, Rudrapur. Our project is Agrobot, also known as Kisan Mitra. I would like to start with a quote from the Rig Veda, that is, Kshetrasya pate madhumant murmi, dhenu riv payo asmasu dhukshiv, madhushchunta dhritmiv suput mritasya, na patayo mrithyantu. The meaning is, O Lord of the fields, with the sweet waves of Mother Nature's blessings, may you milk our fields like the milk of a cow, that is, yield abundant harvest. With the sweetness of Rita, which is Mother Nature's law-conferring beauty, may you shed your grace upon us. As you can see, the dawn of agriculture. The people of Paleolithic and Mesolithic ages were hunters and gatherers, and the dawn of agriculture came through the Neolithic era. Then we are now using the modern agricultural machines such as combine. And now our initiative is to convert agriculture into a fully automated process. The belly rules the mind. Here is the famous Maslow's theory. Maslow divided the basic needs of a human into 5 different levels. As you can see over here, the basic need, the most basic of them, is the physiological needs, which are converted and can be fulfilled by food and agriculture. If we do not fulfill the physiological needs, we won't be able to fulfill the next jobs. As we are in Bengal, we decided to take an example of the Great Bengal Famine of the 1943. Here is a heartbreaking picture, as you can see. The people are dying on the streets because the Prime Minister of United Kingdoms, Winston Churchill, turned the supplies of Bengal to UK to feed the war soldiers fighting the World War II. Then comes an inspiring story of the Green Revolution. M.S. Swaminathan brought the US-based Green Revolution to India, and fortunately, the country that was begging for food a few years ago converted into a food surplus giving country. There weren't enough warehouses to store the food, and that is why we had to convert the schools and cinema halls to store the food grains.
Thank you, Adya. So this is our main project, which is an agrobot. You might have seen farmers doing plowing by themselves, then going to farms and sowing seeds and watering them and then leveling the soil. But in this project, we have made it all 4 in 1. So here is an Arduino, which is the main programmer. But this is our old project. When we were able to, this was not able to make it, so we made it as like a tractor trolley, an extension of our tractor. So this is a seed sowing machine which is movable by servo, and these are motors, and these are servo motors which are helping us to move this seed sowing machine. And these are track wheels, and these are water tank which are helping us in irrigations. So there are basic component, electronic components are Arduino, servo motor, LM298 motor driver, soil moisture sensor, BO motor, Bluetooth module, LCD I2C. Other components also are water bottle, medical pipe, cardboard. Biological components are seeds and water. So what it does? Seed sowing. Seed sowing help us in doing sowing of the seeds. It can be done by the servo motor. It is moving, and when the hole matches each other, the seeds drop down the soil. So next, it is a part of irrigation. Here we have a water tank which is connected with a motor, water pump, which help us in drip irrigation and also in a sprinkler irrigation. And next, we have a leveling at the last, which help us to level the soil. Moisture. We have also having a moisture checking system, which checks the moisture of the soil, whether to give water to the soil or not. So, steps are first tilling. Tilling. We have a first. Okay, wait. We have three plows in the front, which help us to create a space for the soil. And next, we have a seed sowing machine, which is this. It is movable by servo on 0 to 80-degree level. And next, we have a moisture check irrigation, where we have a moisture check in the front also, which checks the moisture, whether to give it or not. The information is stored on an I2C display, and the water tank is output. Leveling. Leveling is at the last. This is a leveler which helps us to level the soil. So this is our main connection, circuit diagram. So here we have connected soil moisture to the analog pen, and rather than common ground to a VCC and ground normal. And we have connected to I2C display to the digital pins, and also motor and servo motors to the digital pins. Advantages are.
Thank you very much, Sarthak. As you saw, this device controls the initial functions of crop production. Now, as you can see, the main device can be connected to any vehicle, be it a tractor, be it a car, or be it a bike. Why? Because there are many farmers who don't have enough land to install big vehicles there. So they can connect it to their bikes as well, right? Then we can also add many other sensors, such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium calculating sensors in the project. And it can also complete other tasks, such as spraying fertilizers. Like in the water tank, we can add fertilizer instead of waters, and it will do the same job.
So we have also having multiple follow-up plans, like to add multiple sensors in one, like the soil moisture sensor. It will detect the pH sensor and pK sensor to check the quality of the soil. So the farmer can easily get a help. Stage 2, we will add a camera and use AI to, if farmer want to water a specific plant at a specific time, they can do that. Okay. So at stage 3, we are using solar energy to power the device, which help us to use the green energy, which is good for us. And stage 4, we will use a GSM module or IoT module to make it more easily. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Over to you, judges, for the questions.
Yeah, so thank you very much for such nice presentations. Any questions?
Moisture content of the soil, how do you determine, how do you sense it? Because along the depth of the soil, it may change. So where and how you determine it?
Okay, sir. Can you open the slide once also?
No slide is required,
Okay,
you just...
like in front, we are having a 3 plows. So we have attached the soil moisture sensor to that plows also. So it is a little bit attached with the soil, which detects the moisture and everything of the soil. That's why.
So one more question, like why you have used the Arduino core, right? Arduino board.
Yes.
So why do you need the Arduino board? Can you not do it with like normal chipsets? Do you need any specific power of the Arduino board?
We have given Arduino we have used 2 Arduinos actually. So one for the trailer, one for the trolley, and one for the tractor. So we have given tractor with a power of 12 watts battery, and to a trolley with an adapter and a normal battery.
So you need that board.
Yes, we need a battery, that's why. And it is a rechargeable battery.
Yeah, just one question regarding your soil testing mechanism.
Okay.
So whether you go for moisture testing or nutrition, NPK, to get the result, it takes some amount of time.
Yes.
So how do you feel that that testing will be done? Is it continuously when the vehicle is moving, or stop and go sort of thing.
Yes, we can upgrade in the future, like we'll put a servo motor, after few distance it will move and stop, and the servo motor will go down and test it, and then come up servo motor, and then it will start moving, and it can show the result on our database. We will try to create our own app.
Hello.
Yes.
So I have just one question. Seeds are of different dimensions, okay? Now when you drop seeds, you need to make sure whether a single seed is dropping or multiple seeds are dropping at the same time. So does your setup take care of it?
Yes, we can also manually bigger the hole and smaller the hole by us only, and we can increase the distance between the two seed sowing machines.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, judges.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats.
Thank you.
Now, I would request Team 2 from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's Public School, Jubilee Hills, with their project Teacher's Assistant Robot to come on the stage and present their presentation.
Good morning. My name is Aditi Das Gupta. I study in class 8 in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's Public School, Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Srikshit Avinash. I am from class 8 from Bharati Vidya Bhavan's Public School, Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad. Today we will be explaining our project, Teacher's Assistant.
Before we move on to the explanation part, we would like to tell the inspiration for this.
So the incident which had occurred in the school was with our teachers and the students when we went to a field trip. A few of them got injured, and they were not able to come to school for almost 2 months, and that is a very long time.
Okay, so the idea of our project is to convert the teacher's explanation, which is the audio, into text, and then conversion of that text into a file. That file later on can be sent to the student's mail.
For the interior,
So this helps both the students and the teachers.
so for the problem statement, the child has to inform the teacher that he or she won't be coming for the next few days because of a medical reason or any emergency.
Right, and the solution would be the robot would be kept in class, and it would have a recorder which would convert the teacher's speech into text, and the teacher has to make minor corrections in the text because it won't be 100% accurate. And then the text will be saved in a file format that takes minimum space, and then a camera will be put to record or take pictures of whatever was written on the board. And the teacher has to click record on the camera for the camera to start, and then the teacher can send the robot mails the teacher has to mail the text to the student's mail.
So this is a conversion of audio to text and then text to file. This is just a flow chart. So this is how our model was built. We used Python as our coding language, and we used Visual Studio Code as our like to write Python in it. For the exterior part of the project, we used some Lego pieces to build the body of the robot, and we used black chart paper.
For the interior, we used a tablet in which the code would be running, and then the construction cost was minimal as well.
So what did we use inside of the project is we used Arduino Uno, we used Arduino Shield, Bluetooth module, and breadboard.
Right, and for the whole thing we used a laptop, and then an iPad was kept on the Lego board frame, and it has a Bluetooth receiver which converts the speech into text. A black chart paper was used for covering the Lego frame. And we also inserted 5 commands into the robot, which were move forward, move backward, turn left, turn right, and stop. And we also had tested the solution in school.
Okay, now working of the robot. So the robot moves in a direction, like as she said, move forward and move backward. It follows the teacher as she has to say move forward, move backward.
It converts the speech into text with high accuracy, and it can send the mail to any mail ID that was provided. And the issues that need to be worked on are that the teacher needs to correct the text, and the teacher needs to send mail and needs to press record. We'll be working with this in the future. And for the future scope, we plan on adding an automated send button which would automatically open the mailbox, and then the teacher has to write in the student's mail and send it to the student. And we also plan on having contextual search, and we also plan on having contextual search, which would help give more examples to the teacher, and then the teacher could decide if she wanted to use those examples or not.
And we'll also be adding a video feature that so that whenever the teacher writes on the board some important notes, she can just click record, and then the video will start recording, so that the students don't need to ask their friends for notes again and again. They can just review the video.
We already said this out.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Over to you, judges, for the questions.
So thank you for your very nice presentation. So one quick question, like how did you try to see whether your technique works on mathematical classes, like where there are like equations and things like that?
No, that's why we plan on putting the video feature, because mathematical problems won't be converted into text. So the video feature will be put so that it can record the board.
Is your speech to text conversion module speaker dependent?
No, like we do it with the Bluetooth thing. For now, we have not put any external speakers to it. We use the laptop microphone itself.
No. I'm saying speaker means teacher, because see the pronunciation, phonetics of different speakers or different teachers will be different. Right. So whether that speech to text conversion module will take care of it, or it needs some fine tuning?
It will, but right now it doesn't really, but we plan on enhancing it in the future.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. So in a class, in a real class, so there would be noise, it's obvious. Now, can your setup filter the noise and then record the lecture, or is it like it is recording along with the whatever noise is there in the class? So whatever, when the teacher is writing on the board or speaking whatever, so there would be some noise, background noise. So is it able to filter, or it's taking it as well?
It is able to filter, so that's why we are using a Bluetooth right now. We'll be doing that in the future again. We'll be seeing what to do about that. We also had the same question for ourselves, so we're still planning on working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. Now, we will take a break from the presentations. On this August occasion, we have with us our esteemed guest of honor, Shri Sudhir Kumar N., Director CBPO at ISRO Headquarters. I request Shri Sudhir Kumar N. Sir to kindly address the audience. Please, sir.
He's joining us on Zoom call. Please wait 1 second. Welcome, sir, to the Young Innovators Program 2022.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please, sir, over to you. Please address the audience.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with the students at IIT Kharagpur. As it was noted, ISRO has got a very long tie-up with IIT Kharagpur. माफ़ी मैं इतना चाहता हूँ कि मेरा हिंदी इतना अच्छा नहीं है, लेकिन चाहे तो थोड़ा सा मैं कोशिश कर सकता हूँ हिंदी में बात करने के लिए। पता नहीं कि ये लोग समझे कि नहीं, स्टूडेंट्स, ठीक है। मैं बीच बीच में हिंदी वो बोल पाता हूँ, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ माय प्रेजेंटेशन वुड बी इन इंग्लिश. आई होप दिस इज ओके फॉर द ऑडियंस. Because I'm just going through a presentation, can you enable me to share my slides? Can you please enable me to share my slides?
Yes, sir, please proceed.
Thank you. Can someone confirm the presentation is visible?
Yes, sir, we can see the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe another half an hour time, maybe 5 minutes, I'll leave it for question answers. I'll just take you to the space technology and ISRO programs. क्या होता है ISRO में, थोड़ा सा मैं बताना चाहता हूँ. अभी क्यों एक्सप्लोर क्यों करना है स्पेस को? आप नाउ मान लीजिए अभी सैटेलाइट्स जो ऊपर होता है, इसका बहुत सुविधा है, बहुत मतलब एप्लीकेशंस हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं सैटेलाइट का माध्यम से. मान लीजिए एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है, उसी का हिसाब से हम एग्रीकल्चर को नाप सकते हैं, वाटर रिसोर्सेज को आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं, ओशन एप्लीकेशंस बहुत काफ़ी एप्लीकेशंस अभी आ रहा है. फिशिंग जोन्स करना, इसको रेवेन्यू को भी बढ़ाना, कैसे फिशरमैन को जोड़ किया जाए टेक्नोलॉजी का हिसाब से, और इसका डिजास्टर्स वार्निंग, मान लीजिए तूफान आ जाती है ओशंस में, उसको वार्निंग दे देंगे और तब तुरंत वो तो बाहर आ जाएगा. ऐसा एप्लीकेशन सैटेलाइट्स में हो सकता है. उसके अलावा नेवी जो है रीजनल नेविगेशन सिस्टम, आपका जीपीएस जो है इसको रिप्लेसमेंट है, इंडियन रिप्लेसमेंट, और इसका तरीका ऐसा होता है कि मैसेजिंग भी पास कर सकते हैं और लोकेशन भी पा सकते हैं. So this is a very unique, let us say, technology which very few nations have got. Hardly 4 nations, and 5th nation is the India. Is a very important technology what we have. With this one we can identify different locations of different sea, air as well as land, let us say, articles. Of course, communication is very important tool. Majority of the 60 to 70% of the people depend on satellites for the communications, SATCOM purposes, whether it is a TV or telemedicine or teleeducation or mobile phone or ATM connectivity. All these things many people, बच्चे लोग नहीं जानता है कि सैटेलाइट डेली लाइफ में कैसा कैसा यूज होता है. आप जो पैसा निकलते हैं कैसे, एक एटीएम तो रिमोट में रहेगी और आपका बैंक मान लीजिए कहीं पे साउथ में या नॉर्थ में रहेगा, कैसा इसको जोड़ करके आपको पैसा मिलता है, ये सैटेलाइट का माध्यम में होती है. ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ इंडिया बलाट 50 साल से बहुत मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को एस्टैब्लिश किया है. मान लीजिए वर्ल्ड में ये श्रीहरिकोटा जो हमारा स्पेस पोर्ट है वो सेकंड बेस्ट पोर्ट कहा जाता है, क्योंकि this is very near to the equator, because when you launch the satellites to the geosynchronous areas, of course remote sensing there should not be any problem. Majority of the applications are geospatial. जो place मतलब आपका इक्वेटर का नियरेस्ट होती है वो बेस्ट पोर्ट कहा जाता है. सिर्फ फ्रेंच गयाना कुरू इज द फर्स्ट बेस्ट पोर्ट, सेकंड बेस्ट इज श्रीहरिकोटा. जब भी हम लोग लॉन्च करते हैं कैसे इसको ट्रेस करते हैं, क्यों ऐसा ईस्ट कोस्ट में रहना है स्पेस पोर्ट, क्योंकि the satellite when launch vehicle goes, it has to go through uninhabited areas as much as possible, because when something happens it should not fall onto the habitat zone. So that is the reason the east coast is selected for most of the launch pads are placed in the east coast. One thing is when it is traveling towards east, it picks up, the velocity will gain because of the rotation of the earth, and the traces of all the, let us say, launch vehicle will be more or less over the sea, so that when NOTAM is announced, nothing harm will happen to the mankind when something happens. So I'm just showing the traces of the PSLV for geospatial purposes as well as polar orbits. Polar orbits southward launch होता है और communication purpose के लिए east में जाती है. अभी क्या है Indian space program? Many of the students know that this space program, most of the satellites will be launched either for GEO or LEO or MEO. GEO is basically for satellite communication purpose, because geostationary always the satellite looks at the earth all the time, and LEO purpose basically for the earth observation, क्योंकि आपको high resolution images चाहिए, GEO में खींच नहीं पाते हैं satellites, उसका powerful optics रहना चाहिए, इसलिए LEOs polar satellite, polar orbits, majority of these things we will use it for earth observation. MEO mostly for the IRNSS purposes, navigation purposes, a constellation we can use it. Using this one we have 3 different programs, as I was telling, the navigation, earth observation as well as satellite communication. Over a period of time of 50 years, ISRO has developed several various launch vehicles based on the knowledge what we acquired with the launch vehicle. PSLV, which is more versatile launch vehicle, which is used for majority of the purposes. You have to note that usually in the foreign countries, only one vehicle will be used for one purpose. That means observation means, or LEO purpose or polar purpose, only one vehicle. Geo purpose, one vehicle. But our India, ISRO uses the same vehicle for 3 purposes based on the payload capacity. Now GSLV मातृ पूरा देशी vehicle है, इसका पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी देशी में बना है, और दिस इज द बाहुबली कहते हैं। ई व्हीकल जैसे मात्र व्हीकल ह्यूमन रेटिंग का हिसाब से हम लोग यूज करते हैं गगनयान के लिए। और रीयूजेबल लॉन्च व्हीकल जैसा स्पेस शटल है, हम भी इसको तैयार कर रहे हैं। कुछ दिन का बाद इसका फर्स्ट प्रोटोटाइप का लैंडिंग हो जाएगी, उसका बाद स्केल अप बन जाएगा। गगनयान जो है अभी फिलहाल इसी का मतलब अभी सारे रिसर्च चल रही है। आईआईटी खड़गपुर भी इसमें जुड़ा हुआ है रिसर्च पर्पस में। ये गगनयान मशीन ह्यूमन रेटेड जीएसएलवी मार्क 3 है। पूरा ऑर्बिटल व्हीकल इज टोटली इंडिजिनियसली डिजाइंड एंड fabricated, and trials are going on. Several tests are being practiced and to prove to several subsystems. Hopefully this year first unmanned flight will go. Next interested let us say into the infrastructure to know is launch pad. In the launch pad, huge amount of infrastructure is there which other people do not know, outside people do not know. That is why I have selected this one for the interest of the students. इतना बड़ा बिल्डिंग्स में इतना बड़ा रॉकेट मोटर्स बनते हैं, और ये सभी मोटर्स बाहर नहीं आ पाते हैं क्योंकि रोड एक मोटर का 30 टन 40 टन इवन 50 टन का सॉलिड प्रोपेलर रहती है इसका अंदर। ये बहुत डेंजरस है रोड्स में आना, मतलब सिक्योरिटी का हिसाब से। इसलिए सिक्योरिटी जोन में इतना रॉकेट मोटर्स बनते हैं। और जब भी इतना सोफिस्टिकेटेड इक्विपमेंट्स है, शार और स्पेस पोर्ट श्रीहरिकोटा में है, चेन्नई का 90 किलोमीटर नॉर्थ ये स्पेस पोर्ट रहते हैं। और इसका अंदर जो फैसिलिटीज है, मेनी स्टूडेंट्स मे नॉट नो, दैट इज द रीजन आई एम जस्ट showing these facilities for the interest of the students. The test facilities, when the motors are made, we have to test them on the ground, whether it is a solid motor or liquid motor or cryogenic motor. बहुत सारे टेस्ट होने के बाद ही हमको इसको मतलब लागू करेंगे लॉन्चेस में। ये सॉलिड मोटर टेस्टिंग है, इतना बड़ा फैसिलिटीज है, लार्ज फैसिलिटीज है। इसको सेफ्टी का हिसाब से समुद्र का आसपास ये सभी टेस्ट फैसिलिटीज लागू किया गया है। एक चाहे तो ये छोटा सा मैं वीडियो दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि ये टेस्टिंग ऐसा होता है। ये सॉलिड मोटर S200 का टेस्ट है, एशिया का लार्जेस्ट बूस्टर कहते हैं इसको। वाइब्रेशन टेस्ट, वैसा ही ये सभी सिस्टम्स वाइब्रेशन टेस्ट they have to be qualified through vibration test, because when the launching is happening, huge amount of vibrations will the vehicle substance will undergo. So that is why each and every subsystem we should put it for the vibration test and several ground tests. Okay. These are all the facilities available. These are all the facilities available near Kanyakumari, Mahendragiri, for testing the liquid and cryogenic engines. The latter, how the satellites will be tested. So the satellite testing will happen in Bangalore. We call it as UR Rao Satellite Center. ये पूरा subsystems इंडस्ट्री में बनता है। इंडस्ट्री का इसका इंटीग्रेशन और टेस्टिंग इसरो में होती है। MIMC टेस्ट, कैटिव टेस्ट, इनर्शिया टेस्ट, देन ऑटोक्लेव में थर्मोवैक में ऑटोक्लेव हो जाता है। जब पूरा हो जाने के बाद ये ट्रांसपोर्ट हो जाता है लॉन्च पैड। The launch pad में subsystem wise, many people will think that all rocket will go as it is. No, it is not so. So rocket several subsystems मिलकर एक stage बनती है, several stages एक rocket बनता है। So stage integration वैसा होता है कि first nozzle का ऊपर first segment, उसका ऊपर second segment, third segment vertically assembly हो जाती है। उसका बाद ये लोग ट्रांसफर कर लेते हैं मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल पर। मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल पूरा पेडेस्टल का साथ रॉकेट असेंबली बिल्डिंग से लॉन्च पैड निकलेगी। सो अल्टीमेटली द लॉन्च व्हीकल विल स्टैंड in front of the launch pad, what we call as the tower. What you are seeing at the back is called umbilical tower, and the rocket majestically stands in front of the launch pad, that umbilical tower. and all servicing, fuel filling will happen at the launch pad, and then rocket will be fired. So if you just wanted to know something about the launch pad, there are two major launch pads in with ISRO at Sriharikota. One is first launch pad, another one is second launch pad. First launch pad is unique, where the rocket will be assembled on a pad, and whatever the building that you are seeing at the back, this is a 70-meter tall building. मान लीजिए आपका 200 फीट के से ऊपर है ये बिल्डिंग, इसका वजन है 4,500 टन्स. जब असेंबली पूरा हो जाती है और इसका बिल्डिंग दे विल रन अवे फ्रॉम द लॉन्च पैड, मे बी 200 मीटर्स अवे, इसका वजन 4,500 टन, मतलब 45 लाख टन्स केजीज, इतना वजन का बिल्डिंग. जस्ट आप देख लीजिए छोटा सा वीडियो, ये पूरा बिल्डिंग आदमी का साइज देख लीजिए और बिल्डिंग का हाइट देख लीजिए. ये हटाने के बाद रॉकेट फायर होती है. और दूसरा है सेकंड लॉन्च पैड. इसमें बिल्डिंग तो स्टैटिक है, लेकिन व्हीकल बाहर मूव होती है. इसको भी थोड़ा सा देख लीजिए. इसको कहते हैं हम लोग असेंबली बिल्डिंग. इसका पूरा लेवल कैसे है, अभी फाइनल असेंबली हो रहा है और इसका प्लेटफॉर्म तो हटा जाएगा और तो पूरा रॉकेट बाहर निकलती है.
2009 by Gupta, Mr. Mayank, Mr.
कर रहे हैं. ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है इसको कहते हैं हम लोग मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल. ये पूरा मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल बोगी के हिसाब से रही जैसा वो होती है, लेकिन बहुत तेजी से नहीं उड़ जाती है. जब लॉन्च पैड का सामने में आ जाता है, इसका फायरिंग होती है और सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल विल बी, द सैटेलाइट्स विल बी पुट इनटू द ऑर्बिट. और क्या जानना चाहिए, इसका पूरा जो फ्यूल्स है रॉकेट में हमेशा नहीं रहती है. जब 2 दिन या 1 दिन का पहले पूरा इसका फिलिंग होती है. सो जितना फील्ड फैसिलिटीज है ये पूरा बहुत डेंजरस फैसिलिटीज है फ्यूल का, मतलब सेफ्टी का हिसाब से. ये बहुत दूर में इसको स्टोरेज किया जाता है और पाइपलाइन से पूरा फ्यूल को लॉन्च पैड और रॉकेट में फिलिंग के लिए we will take the material. Similarly, for satellite testing, solar facility testing, because this is all I am telling you at the launch pad before assembling the satellite into the heat sheet. All these testings are over. After that, the satellite will be assembled. And what is the launch complex? Launch में क्या है?
Stations.
जब इसका उड़ती है, so ultimately you have to track the launch vehicle, so that whether it is in the intended directory or not, just the rockets, how the tracking will happen. So different tracking systems है, radar कहते हैं, telemetry stations कहते हैं इसको. और weather भी बहुत important है, because on the day of launch we should not have thunders. बारिश का कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन थंडर्स का हिसाब से डिस्चार्ज नहीं होना चाहिए. इसलिए हम वेदर स्टेशंस को और सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेदर स्टेशंस वी हैव इन द लॉन्च पैड, इवन even at par with IMD, which is the department responsible for weather prediction. They have best equipment in the launch pad to predict the weather, wind and pressure in the upper atmosphere. Several scientists will sit in the different place and ultimately control the launch. There is the Mission Control Center, ultra modern Mission Control Center, where the last moment chairman ISRO and other senior scientists will sit and control the mission. So this is how the launch vehicle looks like. You just see the people like ants. They are there. You can visualize what is the magnitude of this particular launch facilities. जस्ट 5 मिनट्स में सोचता हूँ कि बच्चे लोगों को क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, क्या कैसे इसको और मतलब समझ सकें. We have launched a program portal on the knowledge portal on the space education. You just log on to jigyasa.iars.gov.in. आप नोट कर लीजिएगा बच्चे लोग. इसमें काफ़ी चीज़ें शिक्षा गगन है. ये तो सर्टिफाइड कोर्सेस है, 24 सर्टिफाइड कोर्सेस किया हुआ है. ये तो 8 से लेके 10th क्लास तक बच्चों के लिए ये स्पेशली डिजाइन किया है. आप रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं. ईच एंड एवरी सब्जेक्ट यू के चैप्टर यू कैन गो थ्रू एंड यू विल गेट ए सर्टिफिकेट. स्काई पिक्स, मान लीजिए छोटे बच्चे लोग कुछ जो भी इंटरेस्टेड है पेंटिंग में या वीडियो में या कैमरा में, आप ले सकते हैं और खींच सकते हैं और इसको प्रेजेंट भी कर सकते हैं. महीना में एक बार या दो बार इसका नॉमिनेशन के हिसाब से हम रिव्यू करेंगे. इसको जो अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन है that we will put it in our website to recognize the effort of a student. जब आप लोग बड़े हो जाएंगे और मतलब इसका बीटेक या जो भी है साइंसेस में पार हो जाएंगे, उसका रिसर्च का अपॉर्चुनिटीज काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और इसको भी आप देख सकते हैं. जस्ट दिस इज ओनली फॉर द research scholars. Many researchers are part of these programs, this pond and other things. And incubation is another important thing. The children should be motivated to take self-entrepreneurship, self-employment through this incubation. The culture has to be inculcated right from 10th class or 8th class onwards, so that when they dream, when they become, let's say, graduates, ultimately they will be on their own and deriving the huge amount of, let's say, space technology and applications what is available within the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Now I would invite, after that we will have a question answer round. Please, audience, if you have any questions. Please give the mic to that person.
Good morning, sir. So my name is Adya Srivastav. So my question is that all the functions that you showed there, that the integration of satellites, all that. So what is the use of research and research scientists in all those functions?
This is research only, beta, because now see today you just imagine there is a cryo engine. The cryo engine requires a small pump to be operated at 30,000 RPM. मान लीजिए आपका पंप का स्पीड क्या रहती है? Hardly 1000 RPM. When in space, you do not know in the deep space what kind of conditions will be there. Just on the Earth, you can make anything. In the space, when you go, you don't have any means to repair something. What if it goes wrong? You have to do a research, and that weight of the material should be very less. You don't have, if you use steel or if you use any other, let us say, material that you know, with 1/10 or 1/100th of the weight, you have to manage the entire thing in space. आपका पास materials है? No, that is research. Let us say when you do 30,000 RPM, what will happen? It is flying in the fuel. Any such pump have you ever seen? No, that is a research. मान लीजिए मटेरियल्स का रिसर्च है. कम्युनिकेशन, मान लीजिए आप मार्स मिशन का you would have noted, maybe I don't know, you may be kid at that time, when 60 crore kilometers, मान लीजिए आपका मोबाइल you just take it to your kitchen, you lose your signal. If you are in the hall, you will get. If you are on the road, you will have better signal. You just imagine where towers are not there, 60 kilometers, 60 crore kilometers away. After 6 months, when satellite appears, when you want to get a signal, what kind of analysis, what kind of textbook knowledge you should have to make it technology, science and technology. So everywhere research ही research है. ठीक है?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next question, please.
A very good morning, sir. My name is Arman, and during your speech, we could clearly come to know that ISRO is one of the leading space research organizations in the world. And what occurred to me is, sir, why is it important to look further ahead into space research when we are not complete researching our Earth where we are currently living, and why are we like going towards space where we cannot where we have not yet reached, and we have not complete researched on Earth also. So if you could please answer that, sir.
See, these are all two parallel activities. I don't say that sequentially we should go. Let us say I'll tell you an example. Why we are doing Chandrayaan? Why we are doing, let us say, human space mission. That I will take example. When you do a bio toilet, when a person has to be in space for 30 days, his social needs, these needs have to be fulfilled. इसके लिए food चाहिए, इसके लिए bio toilet चाहिए, इसको water चाहिए. जहाँ water नहीं मिलता है, you just put your tap bore, you will get water. Let us say you imagine there is water is getting depleted, that you know. Earlier, your fathers and your grandfathers, if you put 10 feet bore, you will get water. Now, even if you go to 500 feet, you are not getting water. After some time, even water will not be available unless you go to 1000 feet. At that time, how do you conserve water? How you recycle the water? So these technologies, don't worry for the, let us say, small amount of, amount we spend for putting the people on the top. But what are the technologies that we gain can have multiple times spin-off applications. Tomorrow, when I make a recycling system for water, when I pick up from the air how water is generated, even in the Himalayas where water is available in the solid form, or in the deserts where absolutely water is not available. When you go to someplace where absolutely water is in the sea, you go, 6 months people will stay where salt water is there, pure water is not there. How to generate water? This is the technology that we develop. Ultimately, we may use it for Gaganyaan. But you just imagine when you develop a technology like this, when you give it to the society, even they can survive in the hardest of the hardest environments. So, technology ka baare mein soch lo. Abhi, when you start now, maybe these technologies will be scaled up after 10 years. By that time, all these resources will be very scarce and they will be handy. See, don't think at the program, think at the technology development. What spin-offs it will give to the society. You are convinced or you are not convinced?
Yes, sir, I am convinced, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next question, please. This is the last question for this session.
Good morning, sir. I'm Tajud Dasgupta. So we know that ISRO has a lot of talent from the Indian scientists and researchers, but we also know, as compared to the other space research organizations in the world, the budget limitations are...
So Airtel is going to choose non-standalone. The reason being?
The budget limitations can be there. So is that, what kind of challenges do you face due to this imbalance in talent and budget? And is that a drawback in the space research organization? Thank you.
Very nice question, an important question. I don't know how you picked up this question, very important question. Yes, I do agree with you. I'm very delighted to have this kind of questions even though at your age. See, this is what I say when whether it is a space shuttle or ISS or any kind of bigger missions, our talent is par excellence and much beyond the requirement. But obviously because of the budgets, because budget is a decision to be cut by India, because you can't compare with NASA with 35 crore people and huge, let us say, potential, financial potential. vis-a-vis 138 crore, our importance and our priorities are different, and government allocates the budget. That is the reason the space sector is now open to private, to look into the commercialization, to look into the, let us say, exploring the opportunities, including the global demands. And budget would not be a constraint maybe after some time, where space tourism people are interested to come to India and do the space tourism, which today you may think that why should I pay 50 to 60, 5 to 6 crores for buying a ticket. Probably tomorrow, interested people, they can buy a ticket. The budget to restrain that problem. Now, Government of India has liberalized the space. Otherwise, it was not there earlier. To make more private companies to come in and explore the opportunities at par with any other, let us say, spacefaring nation. It answers your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's move to the last question for this question and session.
Good morning, sir. I'm Akshata, and I wanted to know, like, we have equipments and propellers that are actually there in the rockets and satellites. Those go beyond the skies, like, which actually fall, like, after one stage and another into the oceans and seas, and that's actually causing a lot of pollution. So, is there any like particular technology that's been developed, or the material that's actually used to make those parts that can actually turn eco-friendly and not like cause a lot of pollution?
Thank you, Beta. Thank you. Thanks for the nice questions. I don't know, this is really reflecting IIT Kharagpur standard. Okay. Okay. To tell you, the first stages, which are basically metallic in nature, which will never get degraded into atmosphere and pollute the atmosphere, they will fall in the sea. The only first stage. And first stage is also many times they based on the economics, they are going for reusable material, which can be picked up and which can be reused. But unfortunately for expendable rockets, because this reusability is required for ISS cargo transshipment, because it is only for 100 kilometers the flight would be working. Because if you get back, you can reuse it. But when you wanted to introduce the satellites, even for NASA, you don't use reusable launch stages. Because they have to go to 1,000 kilometers and beyond for satellite injection, one thing. The second thing is the only first stage will fall into the sea. And of course, metal is available in the nature also. They are not going to cause any pollution to the water or air, okay, except for some permanent propellant, which obviously when they are coming down, they also will get fired. So because of the oxygen, so nothing chemical will be left in the stages, because solid propellant or chemical propellant. It is only metal cases which will fall into the sea. They will go to the underwater, and they will over years that will be there. It will get degraded in terms of corrosion or etc. But upper stages, they will be still there in the orbit. That's called, we call it as debris, and it takes years, let us say 20, 30, 40 years to come and enter into the atmosphere. The moment they get into the atmosphere, they will get fired because of the heat. So hardly it will become, the solid also will become gaseous and get absorbed. The fundamental, it will come to the natural gases and get merged with the atmosphere. So with these rocket stages, I should say that much harm is not there as far as environment is concerned. That much harm is not there. Maybe a little bit marginal harm would be there. But that also, we are now a space situational awareness. ISRO is creating how actually we can grab this debris and bring it back to Earth, so that our atmosphere, so that even that pollution of different satellites will not happen. It's a space situational awareness for sustainability. Many countries are working on that one, and probably soon we may get into some sustainable program. Is it okay? Answers your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe everyone will have a lot more questions to ask from our guests, but for the sake of time, we have to move on. Now I request Dean Outreach, Professor Joyanto Mukhopadhyay to come on the stage and show our gratitude to the guest of honor.
Segment via its
thank you
5G.
very much,
Important for us
Mr.
to protect premium
Mr. Sudhir Kumar, Sri Sudhir Kumar.
strategies. First one revolves around Airtel Black.
Is it
More customers to we are off. Is there
so some sound is coming, no? From her?
proposing these via different.
I think some other session is getting magic.
Yeah.
Never mind, sir. Please
Anyway,
go ahead.
So it was really a very much.
And
I should
for
say
that, we are going to be
and,
identifying the relevant prepaid
eye-opening.
users and trying to
I'm sorry
bring
that
them to the postpaid plan via different regular updates that we'll be sending them. Apart from
Can you mute from
the
that end?
we experience,
Can you mute from that end?
we're bringing all of that under one account and one payment. And last, I have created offerings for different kinds of such customer segments where we are going to tie up Wink Music with the Airtel Thanks. We're going to have banking and payments for different rural segments, and we are going to be expanding the broadband services via the cable operators.
You just mute that.
Through to the long-term strategy.
Maybe you can reconnect. Reconnect. Can you reconnect? Okay, so at least we have some. So as I was mentioning, Mr. Kumar, that it was really nice to hear from you and so much of information, and I could see a lot of excitement from the students and also for the audience among us, from the professors and judges and our distinguished guests. Just to give a little background of Sri Sudhir Kumar, that he is in ISRO from 2000 and presently working as the Associate Director Capacity Building Program Office
That
in the ISRO headquarters. And we would like to have you, sir, here. This time we could not have you, and it's our great honor and pleasure to have you here to listen to your talk. Thank you very much for this session.
opportunities that we can look into, and the project.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Team Xavier's from St. Xavier's English High School and Junior College to present their presentation. Their project name is Robot for Advancement in Farming. Next, Team Pure Power, be ready for the presentation.
Good morning, respected judges and everyone present over here. My name is Pratik Prakash Shetty and our team name is Team Xaviers. Our project name is EcoBot. EcoBot means eco-friendly robot. So this is a part of a joke. So this is a scene of a movie Mother India, which was released in 1957. So you can see that in this picture at 1957 the agriculture was done in this way, and as we all know, India is a land of agriculture and the people accumulates this land as their mother. So for this motherland we dedicate our project. So in the past and the medieval India, the agriculture was done with the help of the bullock. So, in the present, at the late 19th century, the invention tractor was used for farming. And our new creation for new generation is EcoBot. Then we have created this project for the future advancement and development of the agriculture on the vast scale for farming. So this is a model and sketch for the EcoBot. So this pie chart shows the cultivable land in India. In India, the land under cultivation is 51.1% and the land under forest is 21.8%. But the land which is cultivable but not used because of insufficient manpower is vast, that is 23.2%. To recover this land, we have created our project because it is automated and can create farming on a large scale. So this two pie chart shows the GDP of our country and the world's largest GDP country, that is USA. USA only contributes 5% of the agriculture in their GDP and India contributes 18%. But in India there is a vast amount of agriculture land. So if we use our EcoBot and export the EcoBot on a large scale to various countries and also the production, so we can increase this 18% to 25% or more than that, and we can increase our GDP and can beat this vast amount of GDP, that is USA. USA contributes $19 million to the GDP and our country contributes $9 million. So, EcoBot, this is eco-friendly robot. Our aim is to bring advances in farming by using today's technology. Our objective is to make farming effortless and to increase the interest of the youth. As the youth is going western and not concentrating on this farming. And so we have made this project to increase the interest of the youth and to increase the productivity of farming. The future part will be explained by my co-part.
Good morning, respected judges and everyone present over here. My name is Amarendra Singh and today I am here to explain the working of EcoBot. So for any robot to work, it is very important, very main thing is to establish a proper connection between the controller as well as the robot body. So for connection here we have used the Bluetooth module named HC05, which is connected in a smartphone by an application called Bluetooth Control, Arduino Bluetooth Control. You can see the application here, and when you will open it, you can see the interface like connectivity, how it connects. You can see the naming connecting to HC05. The HC05 is the name of the Bluetooth and it is getting connected. Okay, so this is the commands and control. When it gets connected, you can see this type of interface, the control panel. These are all the commands. We have set 6 configuration keys. So the command 1 is for moving the robot forward, 2 for backward, 3 for left, 4 for right, 5 for stopping any action or hold. Command 6 is for seed sowing and watering. So this is the working of our robot, EcoBot. It can perform all the 4 main tasks of farming, that is plowing, seed sowing, watering and land leveling. So the first task is plowing. So when the EcoBot moves forward, when we press the command 1 in our smartphone, you can see that the plow is attached at the bottom of the EcoBot. So when it moves forward, the plowing is being done. Secondly, the second part of the farming is seed sowing. So we have attached a relay and the back side of, you can see, and the back side of it is the motor. So when we press the command 6 and 1, the robot moves forward, the relay rotates, the motor provides that much energy to relay. It rotates, taking in the seeds and it passes through the funnels and it gets accumulated in the farm. So like this the seed sowing happens. And for watering, we have a water tank, 1 motor as well as 1 hydro pump. When we are going to press the command in the smartphone, then the motor is going to give power to the hydro pump. It is going to suck the water and accumulate it in the farm. So like this, the watering will occur, and the final task is of land leveling. All the judges, you can see that at the back side of the EcoBot, we have attached one tail-like structure. So when the robot will move forward, the tail will be leveling the land. So like this, the land leveling will be done. So this is the advantages of EcoBot. It can perform 4 main tasks of farming simultaneously, as I have told you. It can perform all the 4 main tasks at one time. So it is time efficient. So these are all the types of like farming. Use of natural energy, that is solar energy. Yes, we have installed one solar panel in the EcoBot. That is a backup plan. Like if the farmer is working in the field and the battery gets dead, so we have installed a backup plan for that also. It can be controlled easily via any smartphones. Yes, it can be connected through any device. It increases productivity in farming. The productivity, the GDP will be increased. This is the programming of EcoBot. And this is the circuit diagram. In the center, it is motor driver. And we have attached 2 wheels on the left and 2 wheels on the right. And we have used the circuit called Arduino Uno R3. This is the detailed cost analysis of EcoBot. It is cost efficient and time efficient too. So by concluding this project, I would like to tell you, let's hope that our Mother India becomes a superpower as soon as possible. So thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Over to you, judges, for the questions.
Can you go to one of the previous slides? So, okay, I'll ask you the question in general. So, do you have any estimate about the cost of this device that you have prepared? Yeah, so what would be an approximate cost if you think in terms of deployment, right, at an agricultural scale? Do you have any estimation of that? Right. On a single product, like what was your estimation? You have
approx 1300 are this prototype.
Yeah, of course. But if you think that you would like to tomorrow, like deploy it, right? Like you need to kind of upgrade your
yes, modifications.
Like, right? So do you have any estimation about like what would have been the cost? Because you are talking about like touching farmers in India, and you know that cost is an important aspect in that context.
Sir, it will be not more, but same as the price of a tractor, because we have just attached the mechanism which are used and to coordinate each and every task simultaneously.
So do you have any like, have you put any thought, or like you are just, that's your guess?
For modifications?
No, for the cost, like have you thought about what are the components? Like at a...
We will try to accumulate screw mechanism for seed sowing and everything.
Yeah, just one question, that you are using Bluetooth for remote control purpose.
Strategy is that we have the strategic.
Bluetooth so far is successful in indoor communication, but in your case, you need outdoor communication. And in many cases, the range of communications will be of the order of hundreds of meters, right? Did you think or analyze whether Bluetooth will be the proper communication technology to be used for this purpose?
The reason for the expansion of the telecom industry?
Sir, actually we are thinking to use a powerful Bluetooth for the outdoor farming in the future. In the modification
I'll tell you something. Bluetooth uses infrared for communication purpose. In outdoor, normally it does not work because it gets attenuated very fast. So, yeah, you have a nice presentation, nice project idea, but think of this aspect. Bluetooth communication may not work for this purpose. Okay, think of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. We'll take a 5 minutes break for now.
Good morning, esteemed judges and beloved guests. My name is Raghav Khanna.
And my name is Ishan Kurian.
And today we're going to present to you our project, a sustainable environment and renewable energy project based on SDG goals 7, 12 and 13, Pure Power by Ridge Valley School.
This presentation contains the following topics. We will begin with the problem statement. Then we will continue with the aim, the inspiration, and the idea. Then we will follow the sustainable development goals we used in this project. And then we will follow the principle, and then the working of the project.
The first problem that we identified was one of water scarcity and lack of clean drinking water. So we come from Haryana, and in the National Capital Region there is a lot of water scarcity, and there are several articles online when we were doing our research. We noticed about the woes of the National Capital Region and its water scarcity. So as you can see here, the Haryana Water Resources Authority in its census noticed that out of almost 7,000 villages, there were 3,000 that were extremely lacking in water resources. There were some that were even in the red category, almost 2,000 villages that did not have any access to water resources for the next maybe even 15 to 20 years. The coming generations will not have this access.
The second issue we want to tackle was that of clean and renewable energy. While the government of India has taken great strides in that direction, most of India still uses non-renewable sources of energy. Rural India uses firewood, and urban India still uses coal. These resources release harmful gases that can cause diseases in humans and can harm the environment.
The aim and the idea and the inspiration of our project is a very interesting story for the both of us. So the first at the beginning of the project, what we wanted to do was figure out some way and some project where we can create sustainable electricity while also handling the issue of water scarcity and lack of water. So we studied in class 10 and we were reading through our science textbook, and one of our chapters we noticed this illustration given there. In the illustration there's a tennis ball fitted with metal sheets which they have termed as their turbine. This is working with the steam and the pressure created by the pressure cooker. We decided that if we could use water to turn a turbine and then use that to generate electricity, it would be greatly beneficial if we were to use this as our project.
The first SDG goal we considered while making this project was SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Our project uses wastewater to generate electricity, and since everybody in India uses water, this project would ensure a steady stream of energy for everybody. This is also very beneficial for the rural poor. Since they have low energy needs, this project can help them manage their energy needs.
Sustainable Development Goal 12 is also followed by our project. This is ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. So because our project is purifying the water as it moves through the system, it can be reused for any sort of agricultural process and can be used to refill rainwater harvesting tanks during times of drought. And this reduces water wastage for a resource that is already very scarce.
We also followed SDG 13, or climate action. Our project uses water, a renewable resource, as compared to coal, which is non-renewable. Our project will help reduce the dependence on conventional resources, such as coal.
The principle of our project is one that is very common in the world of physics. The operating principle of the electromagnetic generator was discovered by Michael Faraday in the years 1831 and 1832. And basically what it states is that when an electromotive force is generated, it's because of an electric conductor which is placed inside and encircling a varying magnetic flux, which is basically a motor which we've used as a turbine. When water is falling on the blades of the turbine, it's turning the motor rapidly, creating electricity which can be used to power your appliances. Now, our goal with this project is not to power entire communities or houses. We aim at just reducing the load and the cost of the electricity bill that people are spending. It's become very expensive. People are spending upwards of 10,000, 15,000 rupees on their electricity bill every month. If we're able to power one or two rooms in a house or some heavy appliances with our module, this reduces the cost that people are spending, and it also increases the usability and reduces wastage of water and other scarce resources.
So, is unable to get
This is the prototype, the basic prototype that we have created for the competition. The way that it works is in the plastic tank placed over there. We're able to gain water from the establishments and from houses, etc. We did not apply the motor and the pump in our prototype. because we wanted to make it entirely self-sufficient and not use electricity but maximize the amount that we're generating. Water can then be sent up to an aluminium or plastic tank, both of which can be used as environmental friendly materials. PBAT is a type of plastic which is used in environmental friendly, your reusable plastics. From there, what the water is going to do is it's going to flow either along a tray or a trough and turn turbines, thick-bladed turbines, to increase the surface area and increase number of rotations and create electricity. Or it will fall directly on a turbine like in our prototype or in an actual hydropower dam and create electricity which can be used to power either a light bulb or an appliance or a room. 2 or 3 light bulbs with a small module is easily doable with our current system. So we know that this is just a prototype. It's not easily placeable in industrial setup. So what we did was we decided to model it in a software called SketchUp Pro, but how we would actually implement this if we were going with a singular house, a 1 or 2 story house, or if we were going with an apartment complex. So I'll request the support staff to just play the video.
For the wait, sir.
Greetings everyone. It is an honor for me to be presenting our project here. As part of our entire setup, we thought about what this project would look like if we actually implemented this. Through a 3D modeling software called SketchUp Pro, I have modeled an industrial setup of our project, Pure Power.
For this simulation video, we'll consider the case of a singular house. This will serve as a source of wastewater to be used in our system. In an ideal situation, we would love to implement this in a large apartment complex. For now, the source of water coming is this sink.
Water is accumulated in a tank placed under the ground. Ideally, the setup should be placed before the construction of the house to reduce the inconvenience caused later. A secondary larger storage tank is also placed to collect the water.
An ingenious valve system placed under senses the water when it reaches a certain point and opens the tap, allowing water to flow out onto an aluminum throw placed at an angle.
As water flows along the throw, it turns parallel turbines on each side to maximize water usage and electricity production. We plan on placing injectors on the side of the throw which release calcium carbonate into the stream, allowing us to purify the water while it travels through the system.
It is just a, I think.
Finally, the throw ends in a tank placed at the end. Water from here can be discharged to an underground tank or rainwater harvesting system.
So I'd like to thank IIT Kharagpur for giving us this stage. This has been a dream of mine to invent something and come here and showcase it to a panel of esteemed judges. So I'd just like to express my thanks to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for such a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Any question?
Now, in your model, you have used the wastewater to run the turbine to generate electricity. As you know that quantity of the electricity which will be generated, it may not substitute the coal-fired thermal power plant, but you need the much more velocity of the water, right? How you are going to generate that so that it can run the turbine?
Either contractors or construction companies make sure that it is below the house to reduce inconvenience to the people. As a result, when water is falling, it's going to have some amount of force when it's going through the drain. Another alternative that we have is placing the tank at a height, and as we increase the height and the water pressure increases, the water will be able to turn the turbines faster and generate more electricity. And as I said, it's not to power a large amount of electricity. If we're able to reduce the load on the electricity bill by substituting some appliances, maybe 1 or 2 rooms or a few light bulbs, as my partner said, in a rural setup, this can be done easily because their energy needs are very low. So the model is best suited for a demographic that has low energy needs, also in an area where there is not much water availability.
Are you looking for the household application?
Yes, we're looking for households. A best case scenario would be an apartment complex because the water production will be really high, so we'll be able to generate more electricity. But singular modules for 1 or 2 story houses with 4 to 6 people living in them is ideal for this module.
Yeah, but the quantity of water which will be generated per day, right? Maybe if it is 4 to 5 members, maybe 15 to 5, right? 250 liters of water in 24 hours. So it may not be sufficient to run your turbine to generate the electricity. How will take care?
Sir, so if we did some calculations, we were able to generate around 1.5 watts of power for every 100 liters of water. So if we're taking 2.5, that's around 5 watts of power in a day. If we get a large enough tank and we're able to substitute that water, in a few days, maybe 1 or 2 days, the tank fills up and the valve system opens, we'll generate maybe enough electricity to substitute it for a short period of time. Maybe we can use that electricity for 1 or 2 days, and that reduces the cost spent on the units that are sent by the government.
Okay, thank you.
Talking about cost, like did you do any economic survey like to understand what would be the approximate cost?
Sir, for the prototype, it costed us around 1,800 to 2,000 rupees to make the module with the tank and the electrical together. Setting it up with a larger tank and more complex systems with a better electricity, output and better way to generate electricity, I expect around each module to be 4,500 to 5,000 rupees to set up. But the amount of electricity that is generated will be able to reduce that amount of cost from the electricity bill that was being paid earlier. So it will be a deduction of cost and from the person spending the money and from their bill.
Hello. Okay. So I have two questions. One is, first is, what are the challenges did you face? Apart from, we understand from the discussions, it's not sufficient electricity that might be produced at this stage. So what other challenges did you face while, during functioning of the prototype?
During the building period of the prototype, the water pressure was one of the major concerns, like Sir raised. It wasn't generating enough electricity, and also the size of the dynamo motor, again, the voltage was very, very low. We also had problems in finding the right turbine, the right fan blade to turn the water efficiently, because if it is too thin, then it doesn't have enough surface area to turn. So those are the major problems that we had.
The bulb which you have shown, did you check the voltage of the bulb?
So this was just a concept that I had sent to IIT earlier. We were using the small 1.5 volt LED bulbs in our module, 4 of them, and they were lighting up pretty well for 30 to 45 seconds.
Like, did you check with a multimeter or something, and how long was it?
We checked with a voltmeter. We were, during the original reading, before we came here, we were getting between, I think, 6 to 7 volts.
And how long? Whether it's steady or not?
Steady, it reduces with the water pressure. Yeah, it reduces with the water pressure when the tank is full or close to full, more amount of electricity is generated. As the water decreases, the electricity generation varies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation and nice idea, but it is in an infant stage. Hope it will go up. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. Now I would like to invite Team ACE from the Heritage School with their project, a keyboard design for the visually impaired. Next, Team DSN, be ready with your presentation.
Good morning, respected judges, teachers, and all fellow competitors sitting here today. We are Team ACE, and today we present to you Project Impact, a Braille keyboard designed especially for the blind that will be creating an impact among millions of blind, visually impaired people situated across the globe. Blindness is the inability to see either partially or completely. And as the WHO has estimated, there are around 253 visually impaired individuals situated all across the globe. We as a society should aim to reduce the barriers among us and the visually impaired people, and Project Impact will get down those barriers and promote equal opportunities for all. Proceeding on to our aims and goals, we aim on making Braille keyboards cost efficient. The outdated old Braille keyboards that previously existed on the market are very tiring, cumbersome, and difficult to operate. Like if you have ever operated a Nokia small non-smartphone, you have to input a certain button numerous numbers of time to get the desired output. So it is very tiring, and we have designed a keyboard that clicking one button you get the desired output, and it follows the QWERTY layout. It is cost efficient because models such as this that are currently available on the market are up to 30,000 rupees, and we, along with additional features such as the joystick, inbuilt buzzer, and additional words such as and, but, and the, come up to a budget of around 7,000 rupees. We aim to make it easily accessible by making it available to retailers, and maybe one day opening up our own website to make this easily available and accessible to the mass, so you don't have to hunt down for these. We also plan on teaching the untrained to type using the QWERTY layout, so that it's easy, like people who once had their perfect eyesight and do not know how to operate a proper standard Braille keyboard, they can get their hands on our project, and then in the future, if they wish to, proceed on to the next one.
So the model works using an Arduino Leonardo R3. So all the rows in the keyboard are connected to the analog pins of the Arduino. Each row is connected to a different pin, and the last two rows of the keyboard are connected to the same pin. We used resistors for each key, each being of a different value, to make sure that the voltage outputted by each key is different, and we use that in the programming interface to differentiate between the keys and print the different letters. We also have a joystick on the keyboard for the arrow keys. We have used the joystick instead of 4 arrow keys because since this keyboard is designed for the visually impaired, if the blind were to press the arrow keys, it could lead to human error. And as the arrow keys are very close to each other, the finger could slide over and lead to human error and cause unforeseen circumstances. So the joystick is intuitive as it needs only a flick and you don't even need to look at the keyboard. Since this keyboard is built for the blind, we have to make sure that the blind person knows when the key has been successfully registered. So we have included a buzzer in the keyboard to make sure that the blind person knows that they have pressed the key and the computer has registered the keystroke properly. Otherwise, it might be like the blind person has pressed the key, the computer has not registered the key, and there could be an error in the typing the blind person is doing. And in the slide, you can see a photo of a sample key with the Braille code on it. This is the Q key, and all the keys are made like this.
So as you can see, this is our cost analysis. And as I mentioned previously, it is really cheap compared to the current modern Braille keyboards existing on the market. And we plan on making it cheaper by reusing the keycaps. Like there are lots of used keyboards that schools and offices discard and they go to the e-waste. We plan on collecting them and taking out the keycaps and using them in our models to drop down the cost a lot. Okay. So this is the history of Braille keyboards. In 1892, the first Braille was introduced by Frank Hall, and it will proceed all the way till 2022, where we first started a small-scale production of our project Impact, and we believe by 2023, we will be, if it succeeds, we will successfully be having this out on the market, and it will be modified Braille keyboard at its best. Now, here's the scope for our improvement. We plan on making inbuilt speakers in the future except for the buzzers we have. Like the buzzers we currently have, it will notify the visually impaired person that the computer has successfully registered the keystroke. In the future, the speakers will announce each key that has been pressed so that they realize which mistake they have made. We plan on making it lighter, hence easier to carry around, with an inbuilt microphone And we plan on making it switching to Bluetooth and making it more compact using PCBs.
So this is our bibliography. These are all the research sites that we used while the construction of this keyboard was being done. We would like to thank each one of these sites for helping us construct this keyboard. It would not have been possible without them. We are greatly indebted to IIT Kharagpur for hosting us here. It would not have been possible without this competition for us to showcase our Braille keyboard, and this stage is really precious to us. Thank you all.
Thank you guys. Over to you, judges.
Okay, so you mentioned that like when the blind person presses the key, right? I mean, you will be making a sound, for instance. So what is your plan? Like what kind of sound? Do you like to say that which keyboard has been pressed? That would be reiterated.
Yes, basically that we would be using a speaker. So if the person, for example, presses the key A, the speaker will say the letter A. So the person knows that A has been pressed.
But don't you think that that can have a privacy concern, or maybe like when he's or she is like entering a password, right, in the security application? Do you think that that will be a concern? Or
the speaker will have a toggle button which will be added, so that if the person is entering a password, he can toggle off the speaker so that he can enter the password accurately and without any privacy concerns.
But in that case, how does the person know that that he or she has been pressing the, because your initial concern still persists, right? Like, but at the same time, you would not like to have a system which like announces the key which has been pressed loudly. So maybe there is a point to think about, right? How you will address this.
So what we will be doing is the speaker will be turned off, but the buzzer will still be there. The person will have to feel the Braille keys with more attention, but it is just a payoff for the privacy concern because the person can input the password without the person knowing, and also without other people knowing, and also so that the person knows when the key has been registered. The key will not actually say the letter, it is just one payoff that we have to do.
Hello. So is it correct to say, what I understood from your presentation, you have assumed a visually impaired person to operate your Braille keyboard who does not have any hearing impairment? Is that a correct statement or a wrong one?
We have assumed that the person does not have hearing impairment. The buzzer is there for the convenience. If the person has a hearing impairment, hearing aids exist also. But if the hearing aid is not available to the person, the Braille keys are very well designed so that the person can feel them extremely well. The buzzer is just for additional confirmation that the key has been pressed. And the keyboard is very stable also.
The whole concept of Braille is from the touch sensation.
The buzzer was for the additional convenience.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Please take your seats. Now I would like to invite Team DSN from Griffin's International School with their project Energy Converter to come on the stage and proceed with their presentation. Next, Team Agnima, the fuel saver, please be ready for the presentation.
Good morning to present here. I am Divya Sundar Padia.
I am Neha Datta. And I am Snigdha Datta. We all are from Griffins International School, Kharagpur. So coming to the main point, I want to say that the evident problem So coming to the main point, I want to say that the most evident problem faced by our country is load setting. So this can be mostly seen in the rural areas. So if we cannot consider the rural areas problem, then our country cannot grow progress. Many companies have came up with new ideas such as inverter, solar panel and long pack battery, etc. and etc. But it is not affordable for all and it is highly expensive. So we have tried to meet the, if we try to meet the domestic power requirements, it will be a great help towards the rural areas of the people. So as we know that people are nowadays are facing different health issues such as obesity, which is the main problem of the people nowadays. So to keep themselves fit, they go for gym. And even the people nowadays are going for cycling also. But it is not possible for everyone because they are also busy into their day lives. So we know that earth is getting polluted day by day of different reasons. To save the earth, we need to be eco-friendly. So to create the electrical energy from the thermal energy, a large amount of pollution is created. So we think this project will help the people to keep themselves fit and for the environment also.
The things which we have used in our projects are inverter kits, BMS modules, lithium-ionic battery, 12-volt DC motors, diodes and wheels. These inverter kits help us to step up the voltage of the produced energy from 12 volt to 240. This inverter kit is made up of transformer, diode and resistors. Now it can take the load up to 2 watt, and the work of this BMS module is to recharge the battery packs equally so that every battery has equal charge. And we are using lithium ionic battery which help us to store the electric energy, and each battery's charge is 3.7 volt. The motor which we are using is 12 volt and it is giving up to 200 RPM at a time, and the diode is 1 in 4000 diode. These help us to flow the current from one direction so that the energy should flow should be from the motor to directly to the battery, not from the battery to the motors. And the wheel for the friction so that the motor turbine would move. This is the cost analysis. The inverter kit cost 500 and motors, we are using 5 motors. And we can increase the motor, then the energy production will also be increased. So battery we are using 9 and BMS module 1, wheel 5 and others materials. The total cost is 3,340, means this near about approximate. This is our diagram. When we will paddle there, the chain will move and the tire will move, and the motors are placed on the tires of the cycle, and due to friction the motors will generate electricity, and that will be stored in that battery 12 volt, and that can be converted and used afterwards. This is the working process, and when we will paddle, the gear will move with the tire because it is connected with the chain, and as the tire move with the wheel of the motor, it will move due to the friction, and wheel is connected with the side shaft of the motors and then the motor will be moving and it will create electric energy. And that energy will be converted from 12 volt to 240 for using our household appliances.
So now coming to the advantage of our project. It will be eco-friendly. In our project, no outer energy is required. Here what happens is that our muscular energy is getting converted into electrical energy, which is eco-friendly. It will be of affordable price. We are working on it. We will make it more affordable price. It will keep people fit and healthy. Yes, nowadays the most evident problem is people are suffering from obesity. So with the help of our project, people can paddle it and can reduce their obesity. It will keep them fit and healthy. We can use this whenever we have load shedding in our house. Yes, our muscular energy is being converted into electrical energy, so it is very easy to use it whenever we are having load shedding in our house. It needs low maintenance. So now coming to the disadvantage of the project. It is heavy. Energy will not be produced when we will not paddling it. Our battery can run for maximum 8 hours only. So our future plan is that we are working to increase the number of motors. Now the RPM is up to 200 and we are thinking of increasing it up to 1000 so that in less time more energy can be stored. We are planning for the increasing of the storage capacity of the batteries so that it can run for a long time. We want to make our model more lightweight and we also want to make it more of affordable price. So as per me, this project will keep people fit and healthy, and it is eco-friendly also, and it is not copied from internet as per us, and it will be very helpful and keep people fit. I think that's so.
I also should thanks to for helping us. We have did a project. We had research on different topics related to our project. To more about, we took our help from our teachers, and we learned from our science books. And the name of the book which we have taken we have studied, that getting started with sensor and internet. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Over to you, judges, for the questions.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have one quick comment. You are going to substitute the conventional, energy, but the type of energy which will be generated by, by the friction or the touching the motor, is yes, very minimum. Only it may be, few volt. So how it is sustainable?
No, sir. We need to paddle for 30 minutes, then we can glow a bulb for 8 hours.
8 hours.
Yes.
All right, but to paddle it, you require also much more energy.
Yes, sir.
Right. So is it feasible that it will be applicable for the future nation?
Yes. If we increase the numbers of motors, then in less time we can generate more energy, so that 8 hours can increase more in 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for such a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
One technical comment. You are converting mechanical energy to electrical energy, not the reverse. So the term that you have used, DC motor, it should be a DC generator. Because motor converts electrical energy to mechanical energy, but as we are doing it reverse, it's a generator which converts electrical energy, mechanical energy to electrical energy. And how many of you have seen old bicycles attached with something called dynamo? I used it when I was a kid like you. So the concept was something similar. Anyway, it is not to discourage you. Your idea is fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for nice presentation.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. Now I would like to invite Team Agnima, the Fuel Saver, from Sagar Public School, Gandhinagar, Bhopal, with their project Utilization of Heat Energy by LPG, to come on the stage and proceed with their presentation. Team Engineers, please be ready for your presentation.
Creativity is thinking of new things, and innovation is doing all new things. A heartily warm welcome to all my esteemed judges, learned teachers, and all my fellow mates present here. Today, I, Ishan Saraswat, leader of team Agnima the Fuel Saver, will be telling you about our project Agnima the Fuel Saver. And it's my pleasure to introduce my team. I'm Ishan Saraswat, leader of team Agnima, and worked upon the theory part and found the solutions of all the problems under the guidance of my mentor. He is Arman Goel, who worked upon the designing of all the materials and the project of future. And he is Yatharth Avasti, the head of IT department of our team. Now I hand over to Arman Goel.
My warm good morning to everyone present here. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you a worldly problem that we also encounter in our daily lives. First of all, when you burn a flame on the LPG gas cylinder on the burner, and when you put a utensil on top of it, we can clearly see that a lot of the heat is getting wasted from the sides. To be precise, 40% of the heat is getting wasted and only 60% is utilized. Now we need to think about how we can conserve at least a small bit of that 40% to increase the cost efficiency and also to save LPG. So we have developed some ideas which can help us to increase efficiency of the LPG cylinder.
Our project definitely increased the efficiency of a regular LPG gas stove. As my fellow mate Arman told you, only 60% of the LPG flame is used in cooking and 40% is wasted. So we have tried to use 25 to 30% of that 40% flame to reheat the another cook at the same time and at the same place.
So in our model, what we have done is basically we have connected a structure of metallic stainless steel square pipes. Now these pipes, the main model which is over the main burner, it is collecting the warm air and it is creating a pressure inside the tubes, which is then conducting the heat and convecting the warm air towards the other side where the similar structure is present. And then we can use this heat to reheat a food, or in our larger versions, we can use it to even cook our food.
Main objectives of our project is to increase the efficiency of a regular LPG gas stove. Second, to stop the wastage of LPG flame. Third, to prevent an environment and ecosystem. That is our theme, that is renewable energy and environmental sustainability. Let's proceed to our work plan.
So we needed to find a way to transfer the heat efficiently. So we took two basic principles, that is conduction and convection. Now we all are very familiar with these science concepts, because conduction is used in geysers for the warming of water, and convection is used in microwaves.
So we can see in our model, 3D model which is made on AutoCAD, there are some holes downwards of this part of the model in which the hot air will be entering to the and the high pressure area will be created. It will be traveling to the another side of it and coming out of that holes through the process of convection. This process is used in our model. The second process that is used, that is conduction, in which this part will be hotter and then the heat will be traveled by the atoms to the other part of our project, and then the other part of our project will be heated up. So we can keep warm our pre-cooked food, not using the microwave and ovens, as it is harmful for ourselves.
Then we have the method. So what we are doing over here is basically we are putting the structure or the Agnima project on the flame, and then we are simply using the main burner to cook our food or to do anything with it that we want to. And then we are using the secondary burner to keep our already pre-cooked food slightly warm so that the food does not get cold. And we are able to use around 25 to 30% of the otherwise waste heat.
As we all know that thermal efficiency of a traditional domestic LPG coal stove is about 68%. More than 30% of it is wastage with the help of fuel gas. So to minimize this loss, we are here to get our model which can increase the efficiency and the rate of heat transfer from impinging the flame to the load. As we all know that oil refinings and the production of gasoline leads to wastage of 1033 trillions of BTUs annually, and which is a lot of. Refining process also harm the ecosystem and environment, which also harm the living organisms. The data collection you can see there, it is chemical sector, a waste heat rate of 600 trillion BTUs per year. That is a huge amount. And the metal industry, which is a waste heat rate of 366 trillion BTUs per year. We can see, and we have collected the data from every website, and we are here to present our model, Agnima the Fuel Saver.
In the future, we will be developing some more versions of the Agnima. Currently, we are at version 2.0, which is basically a domestic version of it. And 2.0 was actually a prototype model and was under development stage. Then we developed 2.1, which is actually the working model of 2.0. It does require some improvements, but that will be going on in the later on versions. Then we had developed Agnima 3.0, which is basically the commercial version and works on the same design and the principle as the Agnima 2.0 versions. And then we have Agnima Pro. It is basically an industrial version of our Agnima project. It works on the same basic principle of convection and conduction, but in spite of cooking food, we are able to generate electricity by using the waste heat from the large furnaces in the industries such as the metal industries, the glass bangle industries, the glass melting industries, etc. And these can then be used to heat the water, converting it to steam, and then we can put it into turbines to generate electricity. One of the major future applications of our project is that the Army, the BSF, CISF and other forces, they are cooking their lunch already by 10:30 a.m. Now these vegetables which are cooked at that time are kept in warmers, and then the rotis are started to cook at around 12 o'clock. Now these rotis, the chefs have to cook them and then put them in expensive roti warmers, which are very expensive and use up a lot of electricity. It is equivalent to running at least 5 microwaves at one single point of time. So we are able to reduce that by using an attachment called the roti warmer.
Now we will see an interview which is taken by Arman Goel, the communicator of our team.
Famous restaurant in Bhopal, and I have over here with me, sir, can you please tell your name?
My name is Mayank Saxena.
So we have over here with us Mayank sir, who will be reviewing our product. So sir, if you are able to understand this product, so can you tell us what you think about the product, and are you able to catch up with the science? मतलब आपको हमारा जो मॉडल है, क्या आपको उसका फंक्शन समझ में आ रहा है? क्या आपको ये समझ में आया कि हमारा मॉडल एक्चुअली में करना? Thank you so much to the respected judges.
Thank you guys. Over to you judges for the questions.
A nice approach for the energy conservation. As you know, any thermal energy, when you are using, then there is a loss of energy, that is sure. But what modification in the burner module you should do to collect part of the waste energy is not clear to me. Can you explain?
So definitely we are not able to capture 100% of the waste heat. That is because this is basically a prototype version. But we have several more designs on pen and paper which we can be using their different shapes. Like we are creating an aluminum sheet wall which will increase the amount of waste heat that we are able to collect from the otherwise hollow pipes that we are using in our model. So that will be like an improvement in the basic design structure of the waste heat collection.
Yeah, but generally for the domestic use, whenever you are using any burner, right, and any modification, it has to be approved. Otherwise, if any accident, something is happening, it will not be, accepted. So whenever the burner surrounding modifications you are doing to, capture part of the energy, waste energy, you need the approval for that. But anyway, this is a nice, concept. Thank you very much.
Sir, we'll put insulators around the pipe for safety purposes, and it will also cover the heat so that it does not escape.
Hello. So the conduction and convection, what you have mentioned, there are some basic, rules for such heat transfers. So as I could see from the geometry, it's a confined geometry and a simple geometry you have shown for the extended part. So did you or could you manage to do some basic calculations to see how much heat can be conducted or convected for the heat retention you require for a subsequent period of time? Or have you given any thought in that direction?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have done in our homes and the mess of our school. So it is around 1 hour of the cooking of the food. That is somewhat dal, chawal, and these things. So around it will be half an hour. Our project will be hotter, and we can warm anything such as chapatis and rotis in it.
So if you can catch the drift of my question, the rate of conduction and rate of convection, they are not same. Okay, so that also adds to the question asked by Professor Maika. So there would be loss. There would be losses. Okay, so maybe you can give it a thought in that direction. Okay, thank you.
Sir, we have also developed one more system that the main model we are planning to build out of cast iron, as it is better in absorbing the heat, and we are planning to paint it black so that the heat is absorbed efficiently, and also the conducting duct which is present, it will be coated with nickel from the inside so that the reflective material acts like a mirror, so that the convection that is happening, it does not get absorbed into the cast iron, and it is more efficiently able to heat on the secondary burner.
Thank you. Thank you for such nice presentation and nice idea. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now I would like to invite team engineers with the project Ovarian Cyst Detector from this DAV Public School, Koilanagar, to present their presentation in the stage. Team all set, be ready for your presentation.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and all my fellow competitors. We are the team members of the engineers. Myself, Shraddha Singh, and I'm a student of 9th grade.
My name is Samrat. I am from DAV Public School, Koilanagar, Dhanbad, and I read in class 8.
My name is Ayush Arpit Nayak. I am also from DAV Public School, Koilanagar, Dhanbad. I am also in grade 8.
And we are presenting you a cyst detector, an ovarian cyst detector. Before jumping into our project, I would like to raise a question. Judges, what if I'll tell you that we can detect ovarian cyst by just wearing a cycling short? Isn't it sound amazing? It should be if it didn't. Before jumping into the answer of this question, I would like to share some data with you. Here you can see a picture of an healthy ovary and an ovary with an ovarian cyst. The MCU and the app will measure. There are 4 parameters: the body mass,
the pulse rate,
Sir,
and
can
the
you change the slide, please? The next slide one. Actually, the remote is not working.
Sorry for the inconvenience. So this was the data I was talking about. So according to AIMS, 20 to 25% of the total women population in India is suffering from this syndrome. Could you just imagine how would be the 20 to 25% of the total women's population? It's about 14 to 17 crores. Me myself has suffered from this ovarian cyst and so did my mother, so I could just feel the experience very closely. So, a question must have arisen in your mind that what exactly an ovarian cyst is. I would not waste your time and just give you a small brief introduction. So basically, ovarian cyst is a bag-like structure that occurs on the surface of the ovary and even cause infertility and issues for the women to conceive further. The statement is, cycling short being a good coverage of the women's lower body could help to detect every movement and any change in the lower part of the body. As I mentioned earlier, there are four main parameters: the mass of the women, the temperature, the pulse rate, and the size of her abdomen. The main symptoms are, so there's an objective that late diagnosis sometimes causes death. Like, not all ovarian cyst causes infertility, but some of them, like the endometriosis, often known as the chocolate cyst, could cause infertility. And by chance, if it ruptures, it could lead to death. Okay, so how we are going to do this? Like, see, we are having a cycling shot, and there all the readings would be detected and send it to the respective app.
So actually we are distributing the data to the app, and in the project here you can see there's an app we have created for it, and in my left side you can see it, there is no data in the app, and in the right side you can see it, there's a 1 month data. So we have talked with a woman having a cyst, and she gave her data to us, and we have put the data manually in the app. And in the app here you can see the pulse is 104.25 and the weight is 57.49 and the temperature is 100.61. So basically the app is giving the average, on an average, that you have cyst or not. The app will here you can see in the left hand side in the status section, that based on the information it appears that you do not have any signs of symptoms of an ovarian cyst. But in the right hand side of screenshot you can see that based on the information provided, it appears that you may have a ovarian cyst. It's important to consult a healthcare personnel or like etc. So we are like recommending you to talk to your doctor after giving the data, and I will continue to the next slide, please. So here you can see person with the healthy ovary. Here you can see the mass is like constant and the pulse rate is like a little bit of fluctuating, and in the temperature data is constant. But if we switch to switch to person with an ovarian cyst, here you can see the pulse rate goes down and the temperature data constantly take up and downs. Like there is many up and downs. So I will proceed to
Okay, so now what are the uses and precautions? So the women should have to wear that cycling short twice a week for at least 30 minutes, and she should be at bed rest so that her temperature, her pulse rate would not fluctuate a lot. You are not allowed to wash the product in the washing machine as it could harm the sensors, and you are not also allowed to soak the product for more than 1 hour in the water. Okay,
So here are the cost analysis and the list of the sensor we are using. At first, we are using a microcontroller Arduino Nano, which cost us around rupees 350. The second one is Bluetooth module HC05, which cost 215. So the Bluetooth module would be connected to the app and all the readings would be given there. The next is a pulse rate sensor that cost around 120 rupees. The next one is a temperature sensor, which is MLX90614, which cost around 800. And the next is the cycling shot that cost around 150. The total cost construction of the product was 16 and 35, which is approximately cost efficient. Now, let's talk about the observation and conclusion. As I mentioned earlier, that late diagnosis could lead to death also. Here you can see that we know that late diagnosis could lead to death, and on general basis, ovarian cysts rarely have symptoms. And yes, except for the endometriosis, the rest cysts like the sebaceous, the dermoid, don't cause a lot of symptoms. The main symptoms are the pelvic pain, the severe pelvic pain that is only available in the endometriosis and nothing else. You could see that ovarian cyst having 3 stages. The first one is a cyst, the second is an ovarian tumor, and the third is an ovarian cancer. If the cyst had turned into an ovarian cancer, it's very rare for the women to survive further. Please move to the next slide.
So let's talk about the future aspect of our idea. So we are planning to take our product on international level. So, and this is a medical based project, so it will take a long time. As it is, we have to do a research work, we have to gather some data. So first we will launch our product on online, and if it stables, then we will get lot of distributors to make it on local level. So if it's successful, then we will get some investors to invest in our idea. And we are also planning to add a parameter in our app that we will manually add the data if there is an increase in the waist size of the women, because during when you are suffering from ovarian cyst, your waist size increases and decreases.
That is often known as bloating. There's a 3D animation so that you could have a clear view on it. As I mentioned the 4 parameters earlier, that is the body mass, the pulse rate, and the temperature of the body. All the respective data would be transmitted to the app, and it could give you an all-in average conclusion on a monthly basis. This is just a rough sketch of the prototype.
Thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And now we are ready for the questions.
Hello.
Yes.
That's a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And I have a few questions. So first of all, this particular app you're using, how is it calibrating the data?
Actually, it's given, hello. Actually, we have done programming in Flutter, you know. So it's basically giving an average.
No, what I'm asking is, there has to be a set benchmark based on which the app understands that yes, the person may or may not have cyst. So what is that benchmark data, or how did you acquire that data?
So like we had already said the average marking, like for a normal woman or a normal human, 70 to 100 beats per minute is an okay, but while suffering from ovarian cyst, it rises up like 110 or more than that sometimes also. So the body mass fluctuates a lot, I mean that it's going to decrease a lot. So if the body mass decreases more than like 10 kgs in a month, it would indicate an ovarian cyst symptom, and so on with the pulse sensor. And the temperature of the body also increases a lot while suffering from an ovarian cyst or tumor or cancer.
Now the parameters which you are studying, the body mass, pulse rate, temperature, these are common parameters for any disease?
So, but all the 4 parameters, we had also mentioned the bloating one, which is hardly present in any other sort of symptoms. Like all the 4 parameters at the same time just couldn't indicate to a lot of diseases.
Okay, so next is, people may have these symptoms at different age.
Yes, sir. So basically, like the age limit, like from when the girls hits her puberty till 21, cysts just form and go on its own. That is often known as the anechoic and septic cyst. But from the age of the 30s, like if she got a tumor like or a cyst, it's not treatable, especially for the endometriosis or the dermoid, as I mentioned earlier.
No, that is fine. What I am asking is, if person of different age are facing such symptoms, the calibration will also be different as per age. But now you have set a benchmark, an average value, based on which your parameters are deciding, okay, if the person has cyst, if the person does not have cyst. Or what would be an average value for
So there
each
will
month?
be an login page in the app where that particular woman could enter her age. And according to that, all the average will be set there.
So do you have a different set average for different age group people? That's what I'm
Yes,
asking.
sir, we are having right now.
Okay, fine. And the last question is, when you have shown the cyst in the video,
yes, sir.
so there's just single cyst, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, typically we have heard of polycystic syndrome.
Yes, sir.
So it can be a single large cyst or it can be small multiple cysts.
So it could detect both sort of cysts, even if there's a single cyst or smaller cyst on the surface of the ovary.
So it is not detecting right at the spot. What I understood, it is detecting through the parameters which are entered into the app.
Yes, sir. It's going to give you an average conclusion on the monthly basis and recommend you whether you have to visit your gynecologist or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So my question is also kind of related. So do you know like what is the false positive of your analysis? Like so do you have any like benchmarks to understand whether your correlations are correct or not? Because it may happen that like you make an inference and that inference is false, right? So although I understand that you are giving a suggestion, but do you have any like data set on which you have done your studies?
So we had already tried this prototype on 2 women, one who was having an ovarian cyst and one who was not having an ovarian cyst. And the data was approximately correct. The only issue was for the body mass because we weren't able to get an accurate that time.
But you should understand, 2 is a very small data set.
Yes, so actually my gynecologist weren't able to just make more women at that time, so we weren't able to.
Maybe you can look into public data sets. I do not know this subject, but maybe you would be interested to see.
So we are trying to just check this product on more and more women.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, really a nice presentation and nice project. I have just few queries. The one is the benchmark that he was talking about. Whether your benchmark is independently on mass, on temperature and heartbeat.
So all of the above and also on the bloating one.
No, are you taking benchmark or independent of them, or you are looking
all
at
of them.
or you are looking at the correlation among all those different parameters?
So we are working on all of them. Like there's not an independent one. We are taking all of them together.
Say average mass should
Yes,
be this,
sir.
average temperature should be this, something
Yes,
like this,
sir.
right? Now my concern is, see the body, human body or human psychology is the most complicated system in the world, right? And the body chemistry varies from person to person. So if you consider, say, average mass, average temperature, parameters like this, and with some threshold around that, that might not be the right approach to diagnose any disease.
So that's why we're taking on an average conclusion on a monthly basis. Like the user will just wear this product twice a week for 30 minutes for 4 weeks straight, and then we are going to give a conclusion.
I feel what you should look into is the correlation between these parameters. That will give you a more reliable approach.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you talk to your advisor.
Yes.
I feel it is the correlation among different parameters which may lead to more reliable output. And the other thing is, for this kind of project, ethical clearance is required. Did you think of that?
Yes, sir, we did. Like I already suffered from this disease, so I could just experience the symptoms
No,
and
I'm
everything.
talking about ethical clearance. Because you are dealing with the parameters which relates to human beings.
And
okay,
so,
for that, there are ethical clearance committees from which you have to take, from them you have to take ethical clearance. So if you have not done that, please think of it. Okay, it is just an advice. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
sir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Now I'd like to invite Team All Set from Sanskriti, the Gurukul, with their project Waste Segregation System on the stage to proceed with their presentation. Next, Team Skimitter, be ready with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mehul Jain from Sanskriti the Gurukul School, Guwahati, Assam.
I am Anshuman Agarwal.
And I am Garvit Surana.
And together, we are presenting EcoRage.
So judges, do you know India produces approximately 36.5 million tons of waste every year, out of which only 20% of it is recycled. And India ranks at the 180th position in the world in terms of waste segregation and waste sorting. So the current waste segregation system leads to the incineration of waste only because it is not able to segregate waste. So working on this problem statement, we have created the solution EcoRage.
So basically, EcoRage is a system which works by the principle of waste segregation. It uses a conveyor belt and 3 different sensors to sort the waste into 3 different types. It basically segregates into metal, biodegradable, and dry waste. So here is the diagram. We have used 3 different types of sensors: the inductive proximity sensor, soil moisture sensor, ultrasonic sensor, and there's a servo motor which we have connected to this waste collector, which has 3 different divisions, so that we can differentiate between the 3 different types of waste.
So the conveyor belt out there is responsible to transfer the waste from the starting point to the end point. In the meantime, there are 3 different types of sensor. The inductive proximity sensor. The inductive proximity sensor is responsible to detect metal. It works on the principle of electric field. And the soil moisture sensor is responsible to detect organic waste, as it can detect moisture. And lastly, the ultrasonic sensor is used to detect dry waste. And the garbage sorting system, the container has 3 compartments, one for each. So if the inductive proximity sensor detects metal, it will send signal to the Arduino. The Arduino in turn will send signal to a servo motor, and the servo motor will come to the position which is initialized for the metal, and the metal will fall onto the container and come to its compartment. Similarly, if the soil moisture sensor detects moisture, it will send signal that organic waste has been detected, and which in turn will send signal to the servo motor. The servo motor will again move the compartment to the position initialized for organic waste, and the organic waste will fall into the compartment. Same with the dry waste.
So these are the materials required for the making of this project. We have used Arduino Uno as the microcontroller. We have used 3 sensors: inductive proximity sensor, ultrasonic sensor, and a soil moisture sensor. There are 2 motors, servo motor and a BO motor. We also have a motor driver to control the BO motor. We have used a rechargeable 3000 mAh battery module, and we have used some hardware parts like wood and metal. So all in all,
this is the cost of all the materials, and the total comes up to be around 2500. This is a small animation to demonstrate our project.
So as you can see, the metal is getting transferred by the conveyor belt and getting scanned by all of the 3 sensors and creating criteria as to whether it should be metal, dry waste or biodegradable waste.
So this is the circuit diagram of EcoReach. All the sensors are connected to the digital input-output pins of the Arduino, and it can be either supplied by a 9-volt battery or a 12-volt battery. We have also used a OLED display, and the pins are connected to the analog pins of Arduino. We are using a L298N motor driver to control the BO motor of the conveyor belt, and the servo motor is also controlled by the Arduino.
We believe that our project works very efficiently when scaled up. We will also plan to seek investors and sponsors so that we can use it to make our system better. We would also like to use custom sensors and components once scaled up so that our scanning process can be more accurate. It is also, our system is also beneficial for the entire environment because it creates a smaller carbon footprint, because we can reuse all the waste. Supposing metal is used in many other industries, so we can reuse all the waste that is being collected here. We also plan on creating it in large factories, and we also wanted to be in each and every Indian factory so that because it has a very large population, will have comparatively to now a smaller carbon footprint. So here's a small video showing the current waste segregation system in the factories. So as you can see, the waste is being transported by conveyor belts. So we plan on just putting our system in these factories, so we don't need to start from scratch, and this will be very cost effective for the Indian market.
We have developed it in such a way that we can just establish our model in the pre-installed factories.
So here's the motivation behind the project. So as you might have noticed, in India there's a lot of trash here and there. So we noticed that nobody is actually segregating them or using them. They're just throwing it random places. They are creating landfills, and there are landfills the size of hills, and they are present in different locations in India. So when we saw all this, we also came to know that the waste is ultimately incinerated or burned at the last, which not only bad for environment, which also bad for the air pollution. So we thought of this idea then. Our aim is that we want to make the earth a healthier and greener. Thank you.
Yeah, good concept. It is a great, potential as well as the challenge how you are going to handle the large quantity of waste in different sector. I have one quick question to you just to think it. As you know, when the different type of waste material is coming, it is mixed together and mostly in 24 to 48 hours partially decomposed, and your metal or non-metallic components that is mixed each other. So the sensor, whatever you have used here, how it is effective to sense in addition to that, something is already rotten condition. So how it will sense, that is a great challenge of the success of this process. How you take care for that?
Okay, so sir, when we install it in on a large scale, so first of all we will have to create a survey, like in which area is it getting installed, because like the amount of waste of different kinds, suppose supposing metal or organic waste, it will be different in all the areas. So we will have to customize the sensors like that. And about the mixing of waste, we will have to create a system in which the waste first is separated and then it is moved onto the conveyor belt.
Okay, so let me to tell you quickly, when domestic, garbage or something will come, there you will find some metal container, just like your cold drinks containers also will be dumped, and it will come to the overall to the municipal solid waste part. So when such type of thing is there, how sensing is done to segregate the waste? That is my question.
Sir, as Anshuman already mentioned that we will, according to different places, we will need to customize the sensors basically. But we will, basically this is a segregation machine. When put up in large scales factories, we will also need to create a system that can actually separate, like if there is an object, toy or anything, we will need to separate like metal from plastic. So basically, currently there is no such system as we found on the internet or locally also available. Basically, if you have seen in India only, there are two different kinds of bins that you'll find. Green and blue for dry and wet waste, but people usually don't even follow them. So basically this will basically help to separate that, but once put up in factories, we'll need to
do like enhance it more.
Okay, anyway, try it. Yeah, good.
Hello. So in your video you have shown there's a banana which is placed on the conveyor belt. So let's say I have purchased that banana and I kept at home for 10 days. So it will not be in that nice condition, right? It would be much more sticky, it would be fluidic. Now, when I place it on the conveyor belt, there will be some remnants of that, sticky parts. Your ultrasonic sensor will still be catching those signals. So this is in connection to the question you have been already asked. Unless we process the waste before segregating, okay, then all these sensors and everything, their signals will be mixed up. So then you will require a separate system which will identify, okay, which part of which waste it is. Okay, so that's just a hint. So whenever you're thinking of waste segregation, before segregating the waste, there has to be some processing of the waste. Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice idea and the nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Please take your seats. Now I would invite Team Skimitter from Gospel Home School to proceed with their presentation. Team Aquatrides, please be ready with your presentation.
A very good morning to everybody present in this stage. We, Gospel Home School students, come here to present you our project. Myself, Shoham Pakrashi.
My name Ayush Ganguly.
I am Shwarna Bodash.
And we hereby present you our gorgeous project. We call it an alcohol detecting helmet or a smart helmet. First of all, we will go to a little introduction to the device. Please change the slide. So what is exactly this device? This is an helmet based on IoT technology and with an Arduino Uno fitted into the circuit of the helmet, we try to create a helmet that is capable of reducing the amounts of drunken driving cases on the road. If you can see hereby, this is the statistics of 2021. As you can see, the two-wheelers accidents rates are spiking up like nothing else. Every other category is literally it is literally miniature compared to the spike we have seen on the two-wheeler accidents. And 43% of them involve alcohol. So we prepared a helmet so that we can decrease this number at a higher rate. So my dear friend Ayush will be explaining how this helmet works exactly. Please.
An alcohol sensor is placed near the mouth of the driver or the rider inside the helmet, which will detect the presence of ethanol in his breath. The helmet will also automatically detect whether the rider is wearing the helmet or not. There are two conditions. If the two conditions are not violated, then the helmet will only work. The two conditions are when alcohol is detected, and the second one, helmet not worn. First condition, the concentration sensing range of MQ3 sensor is 0.04 milligram per liter to 4 milligram per liter. The sensor can operate at temperatures from minus 10 to 50 degrees Celsius, consumes less than 150 megaampere at 5 volt. When an inebriated person breathes near the alcohol sensor, it detects the ethanol in his breath and sends the output to the Arduino and later to the transmitter to stop the bike.
So, as we have seen that the alcohol detecting to get into progress, we have to first wear the helmet. But what if the person does not wear the helmet? That's where the second condition comes in. We have integrated a button on the head of the helmet for when the person wears the helmet, the button gets pressed and the circuit starts. So this is the circuit that we have used in the previous design, and a few changes were made which will Shornabo explain now. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience.
Could you please tell me the function of the laser? Which button? We have put a switch in this way, so that when the rider wears the helmet, the switch gets pressed, and it's a connection and it's a connection where the battery will connect the circuit. When the rider wears the helmet, the switch gets pressed, and the circuit flows throughout the components. And the second switch is for the transmitter. When both the switches gets pressed, it's a green light for the helmet and for the bike to start to accelerate. Next. Next slide. This is the connection for the bike. This is our constructions and our connections. This is a comparison between a normal helmet and a smart helmet. A normal helmet consists of nothing else and rather than the safety of the skull. This helmet, the price of the helmet is less than the smart helmet, and the smart helmet is a little expensive than the normal helmet, because we know that life is greater than the money. That's why a person will have to this way. And these are the components. We have used helmet, Arduino Uno, MQ3 sensor, 5-volt relay, battery, jumper wires, buzzers, and lots of things. These are the prices. Our product is cheap, quite about 3,000. Our future plan to make the circuit as short as possible and to fit inside the helmet like this. And conclusion is followed by Shoham.
We can conclude this presentation by saying that this helmet is capable of reducing the number of accidents and also reducing the work of a policeman. As we know, in the night, a lot of the policemen have duties of inspecting the roads, going through with a device to calculate and measure the breath of every citizen that is driving. That's why this helmet is capable of reducing the job of a police officer by a lot, by an extent. It reduces the number of accidents and also protects a person perfectly, because it makes a person, it is important for a person to just wear the helmet for the bike to start, or else the bike won't start if we not have the helmet. So with this, I thank you all for listening to our presentation. A lot of problems occur, and I am very sorry for everything. Sorry for every problem that happened.
Thank you, guys. Over to the judges for the questions.
Yeah, you know that sensing the alcohol, already there is some sensor. And sometimes, you know that wearing of the helmet, it may not be practiced. So how it will ensure?
If you can please repeat the question once.
Yeah, for sensing the alcohol, there is already existing sensors available. When you are using some smart helmet, how will you ensure that wearing the helmet is done by each and every one?
So the
Otherwise
button that
it may not be, working well.
Yes, sir. The second condition, if we please go back. Condition 2. Yes, sir. So a button that I explained in the second condition, button is placed on the helmet. So basically how the circuit works is that the button is the key for the circuit. So one key is, that is the engine itself, and the other key is set on the button. So when the person wears the helmet, one button, one key is closed, so one side of the circuit is closed. Now when he starts the engine, the other key is closed. Now when both the keys are closed, the circuit is complete and the bike actually starts. So it is necessary for the person to wear the helmet. This question was very good actually, because this question was struck to our head first actually. When we were designing the helmet, the circuit that we showed on the screen was actually the first variant of the circuit, which had a switch instead of a button. That is what this switch is the reason that will cause us the problem. But we changed it with a button so that when a person wears the helmet, it closes the circuit and the circuit is complete and makes the bike usable. So any more questions?
How is your helmet and your switch, how is the helmet switch and the bike connected? How is your bike? Like you're trying to control the starting or the acceleration of your bike, right? Using the switch. So the switch, is on your helmet, and the helmet is a separate attachment, right? So how do you communicate with your, like the bike system?
Using radioactive waves. Radio waves. using radio waves.
So have you already done that in your implementation?
Yes, using RC transmitters and receiver.
Okay, so you have an RF communication.
Yeah, a nice idea and a nice presentation. I have just one question. How easily accessible that button is? The button that we're talking about. Is it easily accessible?
Yes, in shops.
No, when it is fitted onto the helmet, the rider can easily access the button, right?
Yes.
Then, if the rider wants, he can simply remove the button and make a short circuit over there.
Actually, sir, we have planted it in such a way that the biker at first glance won't even be able to notice it. So just we have and when we are going to make it in our future plans for the future design, it will be integrated in the surface itself. So if he is trying to interfere with that is the helmet, the button, then the helmet will, then he is basically interfering with his life. That is, he is interfering with the helmet. So it will cause issues in the helmet itself.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Thank you guys. Please take your seats. Now I would like to invite Team Aqua Triads from Dr. Vishwanath Karad World Peace School, Pune for their project Water Auditing System for Proper Management of Water to proceed with their presentation.
Thank you for the introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Aqua Triads from World Peace School, Alandi, Pune. Our project's name is Water Auditing System. My name is Ameya Pathak.
I am Gandhar Bagade.
And my name is Yash Kohli.
We have done this project under the guidance of Mr. Manish Poddar. We have inspired by UNICEF Sustainable Development Goals number 6, 7, 11 and 12. SDG 6 is availability of clean water and sanitation for all. We are tackling the problem of water scarcity, and we ensure that everyone will be available by for the water. SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. By notifying the user that to switch off the motor on the correct time, we save a lot of energy. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. By helping in water, saving the water, we help in thriving the communities. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. By getting the data of usage and intake of water, we make sure that everyone will consume the water as per its need, his or him needs. The problem, according to environment.co, RTI portal and a water report released by government in 2021, India is listed in 6th as the water wastage. India wastes up to 30 trillion gallons per year. Every Indian wastes 45 liters of water every day. Not to take it otherwise, but Kolkata itself wastes 50% of water it takes. In our Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad, 30% of water is wasted due to leakages, and 60% of people use 200 liter per capita daily, when the recommended value is 150 liter capita per daily. The basic working of our project is, our project calculates the flow rate and volume of the water. It notifies the user when the water is full. It also shows the percentage of water present in the tank. For easy feasibility and understanding, we have divided our project into 3 parts. This is the first part of the project, water flow rate and volume calculator. In this part, we are interfacing Arduino Uno R3 with LCD 16:2 screen and Hall effect flow sensor. When the water is passing from the water source to the main tank, we'll calculate its flow rate and the volume by a Hall effect flow sensor. This is the working of Hall effect flow sensor. Inside it, there is a turbine which moves according to the speed of the water. When it moves, there is a magnet attached to it, which moves to and fro the Hall effect casing, which gets the pulse. After doing a calculation, we get to know that the flow rate and the volume of the water.
This is the circuit for the first part of the project. You can see the wireless flow sensor connected to the Arduino, and the LCD is also connected to the Arduino. This is the second part of our project, water level notifier. We have used two important components connected to the Arduino, which are GSM module and float switch. Arduino is basically the brain of this circuit. It controls all the main functions of the circuits. GSM module has an inbuilt SIM socket in which we have to place the SIM. GSM module does the function of notifying the user when the tank is full. The float switch has an apparatus whose density is less than water. When the apparatus is in high state, the float switch will inform the GSM module to send the message to the user. You can see the screenshot of the project working. This is the small demonstration of the video. This is the circuit diagram of the second part of the project. You can see on the top right part of the project, the GSM module is connected to the Arduino with a buzzer. This is the third part of our project, Node MCU water level monitor. Node MCU is an IoT module which allows the user to connect all the local hardware to the web server. An ultrasonic sensor is a module which emits inaudibly high sound waves, which calculates the distance between water and the module itself. In this case, we have used Blink servers. Let's call it local data. The ultrasonic sensor collects the local data and then sends it to the Node MCU. Then the Node MCU uploads all the data to the Node MCU, in this case the Blink servers. The Blink server will then update the data to the user dashboard. This is the small demonstration of the video. You can see the level is changing as we move our hand. This is the third circuit. You can see it's a very simple circuit with only two important components connected to the 9-volt battery. This is the future scope of the project. In future, we are planning to fully automate the modules so that it will fulfill the necessity of dispensing water into respective pipelines with water capacities.
We are going to add a solenoid valve, a normally closed solenoid valve, by which we can control the flow of water. We can close the valve or open according to the needs, and we can also automate it.
As this is a very highly modifiable project, we can easily add many components such as TDS, pH, ultrasonic sensor, vortex sensor, etc.
To further improve the quality of the water audit, we will provide the user with a water report periodically, daily, monthly, annually, and weekly. In this water report, the contents will be total intake, total consumption, total the flow rate, and the total wastage. By providing this, we let the user know their appropriate needs and they can use water according to it. We will also create a website and connect our modules to it, which will allow automation, and if the user wishes to, they can manually control their water system. The impact this project will generate is very vast, as almost 2 lakh people die annually due to lack of access to safe drinking water. Niti Aayog stated that by 2030, 40% of people in India will face many problems due to water scarcity. By monitoring the flow rate and amount of water, users will responsibly use the amount of water they need appropriately. And the India knows that we are facing water scarcity. The problem is the mindset. Getting validation from an esteemed organization such as IIT will encourage people in taking steps towards this cause on a large scale. We are automating everything. The human race is trying to automate everything. And as we are limited by the technology of our time, we use tier 2 AIs and interface it with IoT to bring about automation. Tier 2 AIs need a database as they use data-fed algorithms. We will connect all our devices and create a database in our servers, which will create the largest database in water management industry. So it will not only help in water management, but also automation in various housing societies, institutions, and also many industrial locations. This is many of our friends asked us what motivated you to make this project. Here's a short video of it. I did the voiceover and Yash did the editing. If you could provide us with your email IDs, we can send the soft copy of the project file, the making of the project, and also the feedback form to you.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Tim. It is a nice topic, right, for the water auditing. You have shown how you will do the, maybe the measuring the level of water in a tank. But when it will go to the user side, right, it may be, the commercial or it may be the domestic, how you are implement the water usage there to control it?
So the prime reason for water scarcity is a lack of management of water. People do not know how much water they are intaking from the water source. When we tell the user the amount of consumption and intake, they can know that they have to use this amount of water, the appropriate amount of water. We can scale up this product by using industrial grade flow sensors.
Now, how you are calculating it? How do you calculate it that depending upon the per capita?
The calibration.
So we are calculating the flow rate and volume through the Wi-Fi flow sensor. As it generates the data pulses, if we divide the data pulse by 7.5, we will get the flow rate of the water in liter per minute. And if we further divide the flow rate of the water by 60 and add the existing volume of the water passed through the pipe, we will get the total volume of the water.
Yeah, that's okay, but I am looking for, that control part. How you will do the control in the system?
As we show the solenoid valve, the user will set its command. For example, the user will put the float switch in the middle level if he wants. Then the moment the water reaches at the float switch at the level, the solenoid valve will be closed and the water will be stopped flowing, by which we will save the water.
Yeah, I think you just look into account that with the pump, right? If you, with the sensor, if you can adjust with the level, right, automatically it will closed and there will be loss of water will be minimized. This is number one. And number two, in the user side, when it is going, then you have to minimize the different type of wastage so that adjustment in the flow rate through the user pipeline or the tap, you may think of that also. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One quick question, like, are you all, because you are trying to take this system to households, right? So, do you think that, there is a chance of people trying to tamper these devices? So, like, change the ratings and, like giving a misreading, for instance. So, have you put any thought for that?
As every component is calibrated to the density and flow rate of water, I don't think the readings can be tampered. They can if the LCD is tampered, but by shifting it all to the website, it won't be tampered, sir. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, really a valuable project. My question is, a comment rather. See, mostly water wastage is because of negligence and ignorance of the users, right? So do you have any thought over that? Say, for example, what happens is you open the tap, say while brushing in the morning, then unnecessarily the tap is opened continuously. That is what happens in most of the time. Similarly, while taking shower, the same thing happens, right? So are you thinking of anything on the consumption side? What you have done is on the storage side, right? How much volume of water is being stored and how much of them is being used. But on the consumption side, whether you have any plan to give some feedback to the user that you are wasting water, please close your tap, something like that. So have you given any thought over that?
So we are in the follow-up plan, we will be automating how much amount of water goes into respective pipelines using the solenoid valve and sliding gear mechanism. And also, I don't think we can change people's moral etiquette, but we are doing our part by automating it so the user cannot change that. And it automatically closes the tap in respective pipelines.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Also, I'd like to add only one thing. We haven't done the costing of our project because it is very feasible. Some people do not need the second part or the third part. They only need the flow rate or the GSM based SMS system program. So the total cost, if you need, it is 2,400, and if we use industrial grade components for huge industrial sites, the cost hikes up to around 4,000.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. Now I would invite Team AgriCraft from WWA Kausipur English School with their project Vertical Farming Using Moisture Control System to come on the stage and proceed with their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. We as a team of AgriCraft are honored to present our project, Vertical Farming, to your imminent presence. As we all know, the world population is increasing exponentially, and the ever-apprehended mark of 8 billion has been already hit. The challenges of providing food for everyone in a sufficient, cost-effective manner is rising ever so significantly, and the vertical farming could herald the future of crop production. There are several features of our project, like the insulation of the crop production from weather patterns, the construction of it in any areas ranging from infertile badlands to highly developed urbanized areas. The other factors would be the usage of red and blue shades of LED lights, which are both beneficial for the plant and economical. The other factors would be like the usage of soil moisture sensors, which helps in the requisite flow of water to each levels as per needs. And this also helps in the recycling of water by the usage of rainwater harvesting systems, which helps in the exact amount of water that needs to be supplied to each plant. I would like to hand over to my teammate, Arja Mondal, for the factors control.
Factors control are mainly the carbon dioxide production is controlled by the plants planted in vertical farming. Now, other factors controlled by our project are automatic irrigation and also the ambient lighting which is required by the plants to grow. So our structure is made up of a strong plastic framework, and it is easily detachable. It uses many connectors so that it can be mobile. For the construction, we have used moisture sensors in each level. The moisture sensors are placed in sliders. The sliders are demarcated with levels. The sliders could be moved to change the level of the moisture sensor so that different crops requiring different amount of water to grow can be grown easily. Also, the
water required for different stages of growth of crops can be controlled using this system. For the circuitry, we have used simple relay mechanism to decrease our cost and also make the circuit simple. There is red and blue light attached to each of the levels, and to control it we have a light dependent resistor at the top. During the daytime, when it receives more sunlight, the intensity of the level lights are less, but during the night when it receives less, the light intensity of the level lights are greater, so that it can continue photosynthesis also during the night and continue to produce food and produce more yield throughout the day. So this is how our projects basically work. Also, the reservoir has two parts: the pumping station and also the pisciculture part. The tank can be used for pisciculture. We have placed a sieve between the two parts so that the fishes does not interfere with the pumping station. Even the feces of the fish can be used for manuring our plants. There is a relay in our circuit. When there is moisture in the soil, it sends a positive signal which keeps the pumps off. But when the soil is dry, it sends a negative signal which turns on the pump and produces water in that specific level. So each level in our project is completely independent. Now I will proceed to our teammate Arno to explain the follow-up plan.
A very good afternoon to all the judges and audience. We have come across few problems across our project, and one of them is the surge management system. So when the pumps turn off after the signal sent by the sensor, then due to inertia of motion, the armature rotates for a few milliseconds, due to which an EMF is induced, and it flows back and damages the LED indicators. And so to restrict that, we have used PN junction diodes in the surge management box to for the linear movement of electricity to the pumps. And the essential components in our project are a relay module which alternates signals due to the connectivity of the sensor. We have used resistors to limit the voltage of the LEDs. We have used pumps to pump out the water to the desired levels. We are using sensors for optimum usage of water by each level. We are using indicator LEDs to indicate whether the pumps turn on and off respectively. And we have used plastic racks for setting up the module of the project. We use jumper wires for uniform connectivity of the entire project. And we have used SMPS for transformation of AC to DC current. To be precise, the project is very economical, as we have not used any AI. We are using simple mechanical relays, and it substantiates to about 2,000 rupees in model, and for industrial use, it scales up to about 1 lakh. It is only a one-time high investment, but it is very economical in the long term. And so I'm continuing with the follow-up plan. So the problems which are managed by us are, if we use it in urban areas, then we can reduce the carbon footprint of the urban areas, and they can also be independent as they can produce crops. And the various levels are independent, and so the number of modules can be changed and altered as per the needs. And as we know, the population is increasing by leaps and bounds, and the land and the amount of land in India is very limited. So instead of growing it along the horizontal axis, why not shift it to the vertical axis and stack it up in layers? We would thank our principal, Dr. Abhijit Rai, for sending us this lovely podium of IIT and in front of these respective judges. And we would also like to thank our mentors, Shayad Sheel and Hemant Kumar Tripathi, for the project. Thank you. We open to questions now.
Hello. So just one quick question. Are you maintaining the water level as well as the flow rate in all levels equally, uniformly? Because your water is being circulated, if I understand correctly?
Yes, sir. And the water flow is completely independent in each level.
In each level, they are completely independent?
Yes, sir.
But you are not using the same pump to bring the water up or down, nothing like that?
No, sir. We are using 3 separate pumps for 3 separate levels.
3 completely separate pumps. And what are the level of those pumps with those levels? Is it at the same level? Or is it all the 3 pumps are at the ground?
All the 3 pumps are set in the reservoir as mentioned, and they pump up according to the requirements of the level.
Okay. Thank you.
So the plants that you grow, they are segregated among the floors, right? In
Yes.
every floor, you have a specific kind of species of plants that you are cultivating. Okay. Yeah, it's a good project. Thank you, and nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Please take your seats. We are done with the presentations for the third round. Now we'll have a 10 minutes break, tea break, and we'll continue after 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome again to the final day of Young Innovators Program 2022. It gives me immense pleasure to greet all the distinguished dignitaries, guests, delegates, all the participants and their mentors who have added to the aura of this glorious day by choosing to be a part of it. We will begin this session with the presentation from the event sponsor of Young Innovators Program 2022, ICICI Bank. I request Ms. Neeti to come on the stage and proceed with the presentation. Please, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neeti Khetan. I am the product head for student ecosystem at ICICI Bank, representing ICICI Bank here. Maybe I would like to start with taking this opportunity to thank IIT Kharagpur for making us a part of this noble cause. I am impressed with the kind of projects these students have brought forward the last 3 days that we have spent with all of you, the kind of projects that you have thought of, the problems that you have tried to tackle, the detailing that you have done in your research, in the projects that you have brought to, the solutions that you have thought of, the prototypes that you have brought to, shows the kind of passion that you have to solving the bigger problems in the country today and the world today. All the best to all of you. I would not want to hold all of you too much for this. Just a few things that I would like to talk about ICICI Bank here. Taking this opportunity, this is a Innovators Forum. We at ICICI Bank, we believe in encouraging innovation and bringing together solutions for our customers as well, using the technology today. We have worked on various things, bringing together the internet banking, ATM banking, mobile banking, and the various ways of bringing technology to the customers and adding convenience to their overall experience. There are many solutions that are available at the fingertips of our customers today. If you are using our ICICI Bank iMobile Pay app, you don't need to use any other app for your mobile or payment interface today. If you want to pay to any of your contacts, you just need to use the same app. If you want to use a QR code for payment, UPI interface for payment, or any other mode of payment, this one app enables all of it. Most of your transactions, most of your needs, most of your investment needs, your transaction needs, your collection needs, all of this can be taken care of at the fingertips in your own very mobile. So this was a snapshot about the digital first and how we think and we connect with the innovators here today. Huge respect for IIT Kharagpur team, those who have been working effortlessly, Anirban sir, Alalika, Suman, all the students and all of them who have been working tirelessly towards this entire effort, sir. It was really nice to see the kind of effort. and the directions and the support from the seniors here. I think this is commendable, and these kids will be encouraged with the kind of support. I'm sure for all these students sitting here today, it is one of a kind of an experience that they are going to remember for a lifetime. Quickly coming to our student ecosystem and talking about what I handle and what we at a bank level are trying to create. We understand that the student ecosystem today comprises not only of the student, but also the parents and the educational institute, both in India and abroad, which have their own varied needs of higher education. We are trying to bring together solutions which will enable this higher education journey. We are trying to bring together a digital platform as well. We'll quickly talk about all of that here. Yeah, Ajay. We can move, yeah. I'll just play a small AV, which will just talk about what we in ICICI Bank are trying to do in the student ecosystem space. Yeah. AV, please. Campus Power, our digital platform, where the attempt is that we bring together solutions enabling the higher education journey for students today. All the financial solutions that they might need, an education loan, maybe for someone going abroad, a Forex prepaid card or a remittance solution, or for someone for opening accounts, or for credit cards, or any of the needs of the student today, financially, we as a bank have every solution possible. But we are also taking a step forward and bringing together the value-added solutions, because when it is about a higher education journey, it is not only about the financial needs. It is also, we understand that it also entails finding about where do you want to study, which institution do you want to go to, what are the kind of rankings that are there, what are the kind of courses available, if you want to go abroad, which country you would want to go, what are the kind of norms that are there, what is the application process, what are the visa norms, etc. So bringing together all of this information, we have partnered with some of the best-in-class service providers for this value-added information as well, and bring together a holistic solution for our customers for enabling their higher education journey. So just a quick AV to explain what Campus Power is all about. Yeah, AV please.
ICICI Bank presents Campus Power, a first-of-its-kind discovery platform, a one-stop destination for higher education needs. A comprehensive platform that's informative, engaging, user-friendly, and most importantly, it offers specialized solutions for students, parents, and institutes. Let's explore all that it has in store. Students looking for higher education can begin their journey by entering their details and explore the portal for both financial solutions and value services. Under Value Added Services tab in Solutions for You section, they can search for courses, universities and ranking of universities and attend university fairs. They can learn about admission formalities, test preparation and avail of free admission counseling by leading education service provider IDP. Students can also avail English language and IELTS test preparation enabled by the British Council. and travel and accommodation solutions for study abroad from partners like Ease My Trip and Casita. On the portal, they can even search the financial solutions for the top study destinations and their preferred country. All of this makes the platform an ultimate guide for higher education for students. Parents can explore 360 financial solutions under one roof. The Financial Solutions section provides a wide range of offering, from education loan to country-specific accounts like GIC for Canada or the Germany block account, from tax benefit calculator on education loan to Forex prepaid card, remittances, and lots more. The search bar makes it easy for students, parents, and institutes to search for any information or any need in no time. And in the blogs and articles section, one can acquire in-depth information, understand multiple aspects of higher education, and much more, helping to turn research into smart decisions. In case of any doubt or requirement of further guidance, one can connect with the bank representative through the Connect with Us tab. ICICI Bank Campus Power for a bright future.
So the Campus Power platform, it is a part of our ICICI Bank website. If you Google Campus Power, you will be able to visit our page as well. On the ICICI Bank main page as well, there is a tab for Campus Power. You can go and see the solutions, acquire, explore, and fulfill, because the fulfillment journeys have also been linked to the entire platform. The journeys are very, very intuitive. You can just go do it yourself. It will ask whether you're a student or a parent or an institute, and it will take the journey from there, giving you the solution which is right for you. For example, if for your higher education, you're wanting to go to, say, a country like Canada or a US, you would want to know what are the colleges, universities, courses available there. You would also want to know what is the product that I might need. You will need an education loan. You will need for going to countries like Canada, Germany, where ICICI Bank has a presence. We have collaborated with our entities there for bringing together their account solutions here. So if you go there, before going there, you will already have an account of that country while sitting here. So it is about enabling the students for taking that higher education sitting in here using the digital technology that we have, and collaborating with all the solution providers who are best in class in this industry. So beside the higher education journey, we are also working on bringing together solutions for the students who are currently studying in schools. We understand that in schools, while you understand and study subjects like science, maths, history, geography, there is still a little gap on the financial information. What is earnings, savings, budgeting? A child maybe in a class like 6th, 7th, 8th would still want to be exposed to information like what is a bank account, what are loans, whether borrowing is good or bad, what is need versus want, whether I should be taking a loan, whether I should be worried about the various cyber safety norms when I'm operating on any of the platforms. So there is an attempt for bringing together this digital information in this current age to the students of schools as well. We are working on a money management program, and we will be bringing together these modules where anybody at large without any fee will be able to come to our Campus Power platform, go through those modules, and can also get the completion certificate by ICICI Bank. And this certificate can be a part of your resume when you're applying for any of the universities, institutions, anywhere else. And the attempt is that we bring this information about responsible financial planning and handling the digital platforms correctly by the students of our country today. Absolutely free of cost on our platform, will be available from the coming month itself. So beside this, I will not hold all of you beyond this. I'll just leave all of you with one small AV, which summarizes our attempt of fulfilling the dreams of higher educations from dream to degree with this small AV for all of you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for all the opportunity. It has been a pleasure to be associated with all of you. Thank you.
कहाँ रख दिया है पासपोर्ट? अंदर डेस्क पे रखा होगा।
मैं लेके आता हूँ। पापा की परी। सही है, परी की तरह आई और मेरी लाइफ को मैजिकल बनाकर देखो जल्दी, इस मैजिक को दुनिया भर में फैलाने। आज स्कूल नहीं जाना पापा, घर ही रहना है। ये बोलते बोलते कब 7 समंदर पार करने की ठान ली, पता ही नहीं चला। तेरे हर सपने को सच करना है, पापा की परी को रियल पावर देना है। आफ्टर ऑल यही तेरे पापा का भी तो सपना है।
चले पापा?
रेडी? आज हमारा सपना पूरा हो रहा है। आईसीआईसीआई बैंक कैंपस पावर की बदौलत फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी ढूंढना, काउंसलिंग, एजुकेशन लोन एंड रेमिटेंस सब आसानी से हो गया। चलो वी आर रेडी। ओह माय बेबी। ओह
ज्यादा टाइम नहीं है दीदी, कुछ सालों में मैं भी आ रहा हूँ। तुम भी जाओगे?
ICICI Bank Campus Power for a bright future.
Thank you, Ms. Niti, for this wonderful presentation. Please give a big round of applause. Now I request the following dignitaries to come on the stage, please. Our respected professor in charge of branding, Professor Anjali Gera Roy. Okay. Okay, pardon me. Now we will have Professor M.K. Mandal from Reiki Center of Happiness to kindly address the audience.
Good afternoon, everybody. From dream to degree, I have a small message for all of you who are here. From passion to purpose. As I all understand that you all have a purpose to innovate and a passion to innovate. Well, the kind of confidence, the kind of motivation that I just saw, witnessed, simply tells that how much you can actually do in future. I have no doubt about it. Please go ahead with your spirit, with your confidence, with your capability, with your mind and mindset. In fact, I am a mind scientist and I have a special emphasis towards mind because I believe that to become innovative, more than mind, we require a mindset. Unless we have got a correct mindset, probably will not be able to nurture it. And whatever little I understand today, that almost all of us are creative in some sense, but very few are innovative. The simple reason is that much less we know how to translate our ideas into a product or a process. Therefore, it's important that you continue with your journey without looking for your identity and push towards having some kind of integrity with the science. That's important because unless you learn how to hibernate, you would not be able to come up with something that will give you some degree of satisfaction which you all wanted to develop. Remember, in that process of innovation, many of us falter. Many of us start having second thought that am I doing the right thing? Many of us believe that, well, probably I have pursued a wrong avenue. We call it apprehension of hypothetical missed opportunity. Nothing like that. It's research, innovation, creativity, talent, all require a proper mindset. Your attitude, therefore, is more important than your aptitude at times. And as I often say, that this has been a great misconception in this country, that intelligent people can do everything. In order to do everything, you require a right frame of mind. And for that, you have to define something for yourself. What do we mean by innovation? I believe anything that you do not copy is innovation. Anything that you do not copy. But if you go by one of our great scientists, Dr. Kalam, I had the opportunity to talk to him several times. He used to say that, well, innovation can be of three different orders. It can be no knowledge to new knowledge, it can be challenging the existing knowledge, or it can be anything that you accept, but at least bring a surprise element into it. Either of these three sources, if you can pursue, I'm sure you would be able to do that. Many of us, in having such kind of innovation, fail to achieve what we aim to ultimately. Doesn't matter, because we have a concept of luck in India. Many of us fail to realize that preparedness plus opportunity put together becomes luck. If you are prepared, no opportunity, no luck. If you are not prepared, lot of opportunity, no luck. But if you are prepared and still no opportunity, still no luck, you will never repent at least. But imagine a situation where you are not at all prepared, but getting a lot of opportunities, and luck did not come to you. So the idea behind having luck, idea behind doing something very special, idea behind doing something innovative at the formative stage of your life is absolutely important, because your brain has now at the peak and optimal level. Biologically, we know the brain actually gets its best optimal capability at the age of 14 to 16, because we say that intelligence doesn't improve beyond 16. Therefore, if you can capitalize on your capability today, if you understand what is to be done in terms of your capability, then definitely you would be able to come out with something. Remember, at the end, I would like to tell you that success and failure, don't bother about it, because there is nothing called failure. All failures are learning experience. And in order to understand what do we mean by success and failure, just remember that failure is not orthogonal to success. If you fail, it means there is greater propensity in you to pursue it further. So those who succeed doing something, they actually quickly forget about it. Those who fail, they only pursue behind it. So failure is also very important. And as I said right at the outset, you need to be innovative. You need to have, we run a center here called Science of Happiness Center, and not a Art of Happiness Center, it's a Science of Happiness Center. And this center only says that if you want to be happy, you have to create happiness for others. You can't pursue happiness, because the more you try, the bitter and the greater the chance that you become unhappy as well. So therefore, the idea behind doing innovation is to have a right frame of mind, cultivate your mind, and make sure your passion and your purpose are integrated, your attitude and aptitude are integrated, your ability to agree and argue are integrated. If this integration takes place, I'm sure you will all do very well. I had just listened to two projects, just to mention before I leave, that well, you have presented a stack agriculture. If you ever get an opportunity, we have been doing stack agriculture at 19,000 feet in our army camps because I was in DRDO for a long time. We have been doing microfarming at 19,000 feet because nothing grows in Leh Ladakh. So it's a challenge for all of us. There is no greenery anywhere in miles apart. So we have been doing it, ever getting an opportunity, please visit those centers. We do snow agriculture. I mean, agriculture is done in snow. Those who are working on water, I have just listened to you. Water is a big project within the armed forces even, because how we actually get access to water, how we can filter water. These are huge challenges we have been facing in the entire sub-Himalayan region of 3,500 kilometers in the bordering zone. So on the top of doing research or innovative ideas by finding principles of application, make sure you come out with a discovery of solution, and not only limit yourself to that, from discovery of solution to come to translation. Make sure that at some stage of your life, from translation you can go to production as well, because having a tabletop prototype and having a production ready prototype are two different things. And once you do that, finally make sure that you also do end user integration for your product as well. So keep one product in mind, keep chasing it, and day will come, the sun will shine, and the nation would be proud for all of you. I'm sure you had a wonderful presence here in IIT Kharagpur, had a slice of your presence felt within this campus, and I'm sure you will come back to this institute someday, at some form, at some time, somewhere, in some way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mandal, for such an enlightening speech. Professor Mandal is from Reiki Center of Happiness, and Reiki Center of Happiness is also our event sponsor. This center has been set up from kind donation from one of our illustrious alumnus, Mr. Santendra Singh Reiki. Please give a big round of applause. Moving on, I would like to request the following dignitaries to come on the stage, please. Our respected Professor in Charge Branding, Professor Anjali Gera Roy ma'am. Our respected Dean Outreach and Alumni Affairs, Professor Jayanta Mukhopadhyay. Our respected Deputy Director, Professor Amit Patra sir. Our respected Chief Guest, Dr. Tapan Mishra sir. Thank you. I now request our respected Dean Outreach and Alumni Affairs, Professor Jayanta Mukhopadhyay sir, to kindly address the audience.
Good afternoon. Our respected Deputy Director, Professor Amit Patra, Chief Guest, Dr. Tapan Mishra, Professor Anjali Gira Roy, Professor in charge of Branding, and Professor Prabir Kumar Bishwas, the Chair of the panel of judges, and also the judges who are here, Professor Devdeep Mukhopadhyay, Professor Niranjan Das Chakladar, Professor Maikap, Professor Manush Mundal, all my colleagues who are here, the student volunteers, and dear students from the schools across India and abroad who participated in this event, their teachers, and I understand some of their parents. and guardians are also here. So once again, I would like to express our deep appreciation and gratitude for your participation and presence in this final program and throughout this program of Young Innovators program, which we are organizing for the 4th time. It started in 2017, and because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not hold it for 2 years, and this is the 4th edition, and I could see the enthusiasm and interest of our students, of our staff, and also the participants across the globe to this program. It really motivated us to do this kind of activities regularly, and we would like to have you in our campus through your innovative ideas and getting enlightened by your fresh and innovative ideas in this process. In fact, though, I personally interacted with many of the student teams, and I can tell you, all of them are very bright and did excellent work. Though since it's a competition, there would be some shortlisting, there would be some awards to some teams, but I can tell you that everyone deserves the appreciation, and you have the potential to be a successful person in future. We are very happy to interact with you because of your intelligence, interest, and passion of your work. We are really moved. I talked with my colleagues who are judging the events yesterday and also today. Definitely it's amazing. As you know that in this year, we had 6 themes, namely food security and precision agriculture, renewable energy and environmental sustainability, robotics, automation and application of AI, advanced transportation and battery management, digital technology innovation for entertainment, educational technology, banking, etc., and affordable healthcare. In the initial round, which was held in August, September of the last year, nearly 500 teams came up with their initial concept note, and these were evaluated by our research scholars. And it was a Herculean task for that team to shortlist, of course, 30 proposals out of them, but which were selected. We should give a big applause to our research scholars. They did an Herculean job, and we could see that teams who came to our campus, they are really worthy of that selection. They are really top in their ideas and in their presentation, in their demonstration of their model. As you have also seen that our judges panel are, that a few of my colleagues, they participated, and they bear the signature of a premier institution, what we would expect from our country. And I'm sure the participants, you have faced many interesting, sometimes maybe a bit hard questions from our judges. But equally, I should tell you that you are very smart, and no, in equal footing you responded to them, and they are very happy from your response. But it is a very, no, living, I should say, live interactions. We enjoyed very much, even today's presentation. So I won't take much time because this proceeding has to move, and this is the award ceremony part which we are going to have now. And then, of course, we have our chief guest, distinguished scientist, Dr. Tapon Mishra. We will listen from him. So with this, let me stop here. I bless all of you, all the students, and wish you a great future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech. I now request our respected Deputy Director, Professor Amit Patra, to grace the occasion with some kind words.
Chief Guest Dr. Tapan Mishra, Dean Outreach and Alumni Affairs, Professor Yanta Mukhopadhyay, Professor in charge of Branding, Professor Anjali Girarai, other panel of judges, other professors, faculty members, and students. This weekend our campus was full of technology. You can say science and technology. We had this program Khitiz, which is still going on, and you must have felt the vibration in the campus with all technological ideas. And in fact, we were actually wondering whether it would be appropriate to have the Young Innovators program at the same time, because our campus has only a limited capacity to even accommodate guests, especially in the current last couple of years when the constructions have been slow. So many of the hostels which are coming up, they have not yet been handed over to us. So we are a little bit apprehensive, but the team, of course, assured that they have taken care of all the logistical aspects, and we finally decided to have it at the same time as the Khitiz program. So I'm sure some of you have also gone around and enjoyed some interactions and programs in the Khitiz area. Of course, you must have been very busy, especially those who got shortlisted for the final round. So I understand there have been excellent projects brought up by you and also examined thoroughly by the research students and the faculty members of IIT Kharagpur. And I also understand that this time it has gone global, and it's going to go further global in the coming years. And IIT Kharagpur itself is actually planning to go abroad. In fact, we are planning to set up an IIT in Malaysia. So IITs, in fact, the other IITs also have been entrusted to set up campuses, and in other countries, one is like in Kharagpur, it is Malaysia. IIT Delhi is setting up a campus in Abu Dhabi, and IIT Madras is setting up a campus in Tanzania. And I understand some of the other IITs are also looking forward to assignment of their locations. So IITs are going up global, and of course, naturally the global community also has to come. It has been coming, but we want to enhance the two-way traffic. In fact, our students have now the opportunity to spend a semester or even 2 semesters abroad. And similarly, we are also open to having students in the even undergraduate classes from outside. So we would like to really, make our footprints available all throughout the world. So coming to the Young Innovators program, I think it is a very good move by the team which started this. I was not involved, so I'm talking in third person. So because whatever we say, there is a saying called the charity begins at home, right? So we must really start things at the basics level. As Professor Mandal has also mentioned that more than aptitude, it is the attitude which makes things happen, that actually gives you the courage to do things. because we understand now at our age, we understand that every person has certain limitation, and somebody will be knowing certain things and somebody will not be knowing, and there is nobody who is a perfect person and who knows everything, right? If that was the case, then the world would not need so many people anyway. So we have to recognize that we have certain limitations, but we also have to know how we can overcome those limitations. So when you are in the school level, you are actually fully equipped to learn things. And sometimes we do have a feeling that, okay, I'm a superman kind of a thing, superman or superwoman, whatever. I can learn everything and I can do everything by myself. But it does not really happen. So after some time, what happens, we older people, we give up. We said, no, okay, this is not for me. But if you can really start at the ground level, at the school level, you actually try to do things and try to overcome your problems. You can start working with others, you build teams where you can pick people with a complementary expertise. Like somebody may be very good in physics, but the same person may not be so good in, say, biology. But real world problems don't distinguish between physics, chemistry, maths, biology, English, literature, whatever. The real world has problems. So if we can look at the problems and try to solve them, irrespective of what I currently know, we have to have the right attitude. We have to have the attitude of solving problems. So once that is our motto, I think, and we work for it, and we sort of prepare ourselves. As Professor Mandal, let me take the cue from him, that we have to prepare ourselves. Otherwise, no matter whatever opportunities comes, it will just pass us by, and we will not be able to take advantage of it. And I can sense, and I think many of you would be also sensing, that in India is now a country of opportunities. And it is our task that we should prepare ourselves so that we can take advantage of those opportunities and build our systems, products, and build a better future for the country and also the rest of the world. So with these few words, let me wish you all the very best for your higher studies and career. And I'm also happy to say that our banks have come in at such a low level in the schools, and they are trying to give, as I said, preparedness. So among all this preparedness in our country, particularly finance is a problem. So financial preparedness is also an issue. So if it is very nice that the banks are coming to the grassroots level and they are also trying to make a difference there. So with all this, I think it is a great time for all of us, and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful words. Now, it's the time which we all have been waiting for. Please hold your breath now, as we are proceeding towards the result of the third round of Young Innovators Program 2022.
I request our Dean of Outreach and Alumni Affairs, Professor Jayanta Mukhopadhyay, to announce the winners. I also request the dignitaries to please felicitate the winners.
It's my proud privilege to announce the awardees and awards. I would request Professor Amit Patra and Dr. Tapun Mishra to come forward, and Professor Roy, you can join them. Yeah, please. Yeah. So the fifth prize goes to Team ALSET, Waste Segregation System, Sanskriti the Gurukul. The mentor's name, Mr. Mrinal Jyoti Hera. Student's name, Mr. Mehul Jain, Mr. Garbit Surana, Mr. Anshuman Agarwal. The award money is 5,000 rupees and also a certificate. So let us congratulate this team. We'd request mentor also, if you are here, please come up on the dais. Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. You can be there. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, the check has to be given. Check to there. Oh, it is. You have. Let's put it there. Okay, thank you. So once again, a big round of applause for them. So fourth place goes to the team Ognima, the fuel saver. Utilization of heat energy by LPG. School, Sagar Public School, Gandhinagar, Bhopal. Mentor, Mr. Milan Mukherjee. And students are Ishant Saraswat, Yatarth Avasthi, and Arman Goel. A big round of applause for them. The award money is 10,000 rupees and also the certificate. So congratulations to this team, Ognima. So a big round of applause to them. Okay, thanks. Third team, AgriCraft, vertical farming using moisture control system. School, WWA Kashipur English School. Mentor, Mr. Shayok Sil. Students are Arya Mandal, Sandra Datya, and Aranyak Das. Award money is 20,000 rupees and also certificates. Oh, also there is also a shield for the third prize. Once again, congratulations and big round of applause for the third team. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So the second prize goes to Team Pure Power, Sustainable Hydroelectric Plant for Independent Establishment. School name, Ridge Valley School. Mentor, Miss Neelu Singh. Students are Raghav Khanna and Ishan Kurian. So congratulations to the team Pure Power, and a big round of applause for them. So the award money for this team is 30,000 rupees, and there is a shield and also certificate. Congratulations to the team. So the first team, Team Xylem, all-in-one robot for agricultural purpose, Bharatiyam International School. Mentor, Mr. Aman Arora. Students are Sarthak Charaya and Adya Srivastav. The award money is 50,000 rupees and a shield and certificates. Actually, this team, they have to leave early because of their scheduled departure. So they could not be here, but a big round of applause to this team in absentia. So I think that's all. So with this, this award ceremony is over. So please, I would request dignitaries to take seats. And it's my privilege and honor to request, I think that's the program. Chief guest, should I invite? To invite Dr. Tapon Misro for address the audience. Before that, let me give a brief background of Dr. Misro. So, you know that he is a very renowned scientist, and he is one of the top-ranking radar scientists in this world. He worked in ISRO. He was a director of Space Application Center and also Physical Research Laboratory in ISRO. And later, he served as a senior advisor to the chairman of ISRO. In 2021, he founded a space tech startup called Shishi Radar. It manufactures synthetic aperture radars, which he pioneered this technology he pioneered in ISRO during his long association with ISRO. Tapon is also distinguished by various international bodies and our national bodies. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2007. He was awarded DSC Honoris Causa in 2016, and also in Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2017 by his alma mater, that is Jadavpur University. And he participated in various programs, like represented India as principal to Committee on Earth Observation Satellites in Paris in 2017, as a team member of Indo-US Strategic Dialogue on Space Cooperation in Washington, D.C. in 2016 and 2018. He also taught at IIT Kharagpur as an adjunct professor, and presently, what I understand, he is associated with also IIT Jodhpur, and he holds several patents, as we understand. And I'm very proud to say that Tapon was my classmate, so we studied class 11, 12 together. In fact, Professor Prabir Bishwas, who is chairing the judges panel here, we three both are classmates, and it's a very proud occasion for all of us to be here and addressing you. So I would request Tapun to address this audience. Tapun, please.
Good afternoon. Respected Professor Amit Patra, Deputy Director of IIT Kharagpur, my friend and my school classmate and a very celebrated computer scientist, Dr. Jayant Mukhopadhyay, Dr. Anjali Girer, and Dr. Manas Mandal, and my friend Prabir Bishwas, and my roommate in Anandapur Ramakrishna Mission days, a very studious person and a very well-known electronics engineer worldwide, the judges and the students, the participants and the parents who come and the teachers who have accompanied them. And I must congratulate IIT Kharagpur for organizing such a program, because it is like catch them young. That is what they are trying. That's I have been interacting with the students for long, because for different avatars, I could see there is a very sea change after the COVID interaction. And even in the last 2 months, I have been traveling to schools, and I have been participating in many science fairs in Kolkata and the surrounding region, and the Juniors Science Congress. And I must say that there is a sea change in the thought process. Suddenly I see the plethora of new way doing things and the new ideas. It is not a school textbook thing which is replicated in the exhibition, but it is something different. And today's the limited presentation which I could watch, they also represented the similar genre, that is something not from the school textbook, something different. And in fact, I am, while recruiting also, because I have served, I have traversed all the careers, researcher, administrator, project managers, and presently as a nascent entrepreneur, because I thought I have one life, why not experiment different facets of an engineer, what it could be. So I have tried that. And then I have been recruiting young engineers and the scientists. And I could see there is two things, that's there are two classes of students coming out, one with a very high marks and another class of students coming with a very good different set of skills, need not necessarily marks. And the high marks is a very well known what happened in the COVID days. I don't want to elaborate on that, but it shows me that this 2 years period, the one of the darkest period in our lives, is it actually came as a boon to the students. First of all, they did not go to their private tuitions, and their education was not regimented. And there is a plethora of knowledge dissemination process has been put in place from different, and the students got a free time to go through them. And that shows a sudden explosion of the startups after the COVID period, and the sudden explosion of very many fascinating ideas that students have. Because recently I interacted even the Jharkhand students. I was really fascinated that sharpness of the questions, which has almost bowled me over many a times. So this, I don't know how to take away this education from it. That's a regimented education, and the private tuition, whether they were the, stalling the dreaming or the imagination process, whether that we can emancipate, we can take in learning from it, and they can bring out probably a better education system or best education environment today. Many people define innovations. There is a lot of books, and I have read hardly any. But to me, it struck only 3 Sanskrit words, which actually very succinctly defines innovation. The 3 words are yantra, tantra, mantra. This is this camera. You can see the made of plastics, glass, and stand, and a lot of mechanism, physics behind it. And but if you think very carefully, all these yantras or the instruments are actually a product of thought process. Somebody dreamt it. Somebody thought of improvising something else. And it is actually a product of thought process. All we see the instruments in the real life world, the processes and everything is actually find it is somebody thought in the mind. Somebody dreamt in the mind. That is mantra. But just by imagining something, equipment is not enough. You need converting the thought process from mantra to yantra. You need tantra, that a process of skill, a process of knowledge, and a process of converting ideation to a reality. It involves. And that is where we need to concentrate. That many people, many of these youngsters and all, I see that they come out with newer ideas, newer things, newer presentation materials and all of that, but without the requisite skill sets and with a knowledge of programming, knowledge of materials, knowledge of engineering, knowledge of physics, you are not going to convert to a good product. And that is where I would like to request the students, you may be very imaginative, you may be very innovative, but there is no replacement for knowledge and skills. And these 2 things, many people, today ignore this, they enter the college, will do this club, that club, and they constantly they study. And we get a very wrong examples, that Steve Jobs, Gates, that you see they have been a college dropout and they have done. They forget that Gates became a programmer in those days from class 7. Or he has, when he dropped out the college, he has actually gathered a huge amount of skill sets. Without that, but what we teach our students, see, he was a college dropout, but still could make such a big industry. It is not that. Even if it is Steve Jobs, he has actually started making a computer in school days in a garage with an Wozniak. And that is where, and people do not emphasize that their ability to gather skills and the knowledge in a very limited period. Today somebody could succeed, become entrepreneur at 30 years age, or somebody like me becoming entrepreneur at the 60 years age. The difference is, in 30 years of age, what he learned, what in effort he has put, I probably put an effort in 30 years. That is why I am delayed. And so there is no replacement of acquiring the knowledge, acquiring the skills, and doing a good study. I think the students who go down back there, tomorrow they will not become entrepreneur or until unless they gather the knowledges. And even if you say, and don't go by these wrong examples which only quotes the end result, but do not quote that how that result has come. So this is my request to the students. I take this opportunity again to thank Professor Jayant Mukherjee to invite me here, because it gave me not only an opportunity to come to this hallowed precincts, which I joined in 1980 and then left after a week. but I still kept coming. My luck was such that I kept coming to these institutions, and this was an opportunity, and this is also an opportunity to relive my teenage school days with my friends, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request the dignitaries to please felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Tapan Mishra. I now request Dean Outreach Professor Jayanta Mukhopadhyay to please felicitate the judges.
So I would request Dr. Nilanjan Das Chakladhar to come up on the dais.
Yeah, in fact, it was really my proud privilege to be the judge, one of the judges in this particular event. But let me tell all the participants, it was the toughest job that I have faced today. All the teams were equally good. Maybe all of them really have the capacity to come in the top list. But as this is the competition, instead of trying to find out what is the positive point, we had to search for with magnifying glasses that what is the negative point. And that is how the ranking has been made. But those who are not being able to come in the top 5 teams, please don't get demotivated. You are equally good. You have the potential to come up. Maybe after today's event, this gives you an opportunity, an additional opportunity to improvise what you have done. So that is the improvisation that you have to do. Thank you once again for the wonderful presentations that you have given today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Many, many congratulations to all the winning teams present here. Now, I would request our Professor in Charge Branding, Professor Anjali Girore, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. uh, all good things must come to an end, and this event also has to come to an end. So it's my pleasant duty to all of you. We'll miss you, but it's my pleasant duty to give a formal vote of thanks. Professor, our Deputy Director, Professor Amit Patra, Dean Alumni, Professor Jayant Mukhopadhyay, and our guest of honor today, Dr. Tapan Mishra, and our esteemed judges, Professor P.K. Biswas, Deep, and Nilanjan. My name is, for those who don't know me, my name is Anjali Gera Roy, and I'm a professor in the Department of Humanities of Social Sciences here. I've been given the responsibility, it's my pleasant duty to give a vote of thanks to all the participants, judges, organizers, and all the stakeholders in this event. So first of all, I'll begin by saying that this is the first time I've been part of this Young Innovators program, and I feel really honored to be part of this program which has such a wide reach. It's global, as the Dean said, and also such, a program which has got such creative and innovative ideas. Now, when I interacted with the students briefly last night, I could feel this palpable, energy, collective energy flowing from all of you. So palpable that, I came with this walking stick yesterday and I could walk up. It was so infectious that it rubbed off on me also, and I had the energy to come up to the podium and give you a vote of thanks. Now, at IIT Kharagpur, you know that it's one of the best institutes in the world in terms of academics and research, and it's also one of the oldest IITs among the IITs. So I'm sure these 3 days that you spent, hey, people at the back, I want to talk to you also. I hope that the 3 days you spent in the campus, it was a very enjoyable experience for you and a very educating experience for all of you. And I hope you were able to see our state-of-art labs. You were able to visit our state-of-the-art labs and also see what kind of wonderful work is going on in those labs. So this institute, as you can see, it's dedicated to the service of the nation, and it's meant for students like you. So I wish and I hope that many of you would be joining our institute in a few years from now. And since my discipline is literature, there's this famous line where there's a guy who's waiting for his beloved to say yes, and he says, Marcus is waiting, Marcus is waiting. So we say IIT Kharagpur is waiting for all of you to come back here. We hope to see you all soon, and may God bless all of you. Now I'll begin the formal vote of thanks. I'll begin by thanking all the children who are here. I know you don't like to be called children, so I'll call you all the young adults who are here because without you, this program couldn't have taken place. So you're really the backbone of this program. I can see the unique ideation and the hard work in the way you came up with the models and diagrams you prepared. So thanks to all of you for all the great effort and your sincere participation. I can't leave the mentors behind because it's the guidance and encouragement of the mentors which has helped the teams to reach this stage. So as some of the earlier speakers said, I love what is going on in the schools today, because in my generation, we had more traditional ways of learning, and so much creativity and innovation was not encouraged. But one of the schools where actually I taught, I started my career, I can say, in Rishi Valley School. The whole approach to learning was to innovate and not to do rote learning and to encourage students to learn. So I also was one of you once upon a time before I joined IIT Kharagpur and before I joined my PhD actually. So I must convey my thanks to all of you who are producing such generations of talented individuals which are making all of us and the nation so proud. I must convey my sincere thanks to all my fellow faculty members who've spared their valuable time in meticulously evaluating all such models and concepts, particularly the team of judges here, and shared their judgments today. Professor Vishwas, who actually volunteered to share his thoughts on how the event was and how the teams were. So thank you all. Thanks for patiently listening to all the participants and evaluating their merits. Now, this wouldn't have been possible with my support network. I would be lost without the support network we have here, to the Branding and Relations Cell, BARC, for organizing such a, event. I would like to name all of you, if time permits. And thank you, Alokika, Suman, Anirban, he's, I think, behind the scenes. So all of you, I haven't named each one of you individually, but you're all there. I don't think we could have managed without the branding cell. Every little detail, there are a lot of people working behind the scenes who are not here, and every little detail which was managed, which was taken care of, so that this event goes without a hitch, it was done impeccably and flawlessly. I would also like to, so please, I would ask you to collect constructive feedback from the teams and for the mentors to say, for the takeaways of this event, and translate it into an action plan so that when we hold this event the next time, there are no hiccups, even minor hiccups, which might have occurred this time. My thanks to the entire Office of the Dean Outreach, which has constantly proved that they are the best when it comes to external relations. And particularly my thanks to Professor Jayantam Mukhopadhyay, the Dean Outreach, and also Dean of Alumni Affairs, for guiding us in all aspects of this event. And also, I don't think any dean does that, but being present throughout the event, encouraging the students by his presence in all the programs. My thanks to the Director's Office, the Deputy Director's Office, the Registrar's Office, and the entire administration for helping us in the process to arrange the program. My sincere thanks to NPTL support staff of Netaji, Sanitation, Security, the Kshitij team, and our vendors for providing us with the necessary services to make this event a success. And for organizing an event of this nature and this kind of stature, we need support from our sponsors. So we would like to thank our sponsors. First of all, our illustrious alumnus, Mr. Satinder Singh Rekhi, ICICI Bank, Indigene, because without their kind support, we would not have been able to organize this mega event. I would also like to, so they say CSR, the industry has taken, the first CSR workshop was organized in IMB, where I was present, and since then, the industry is vying with, members of the industry are vying with one another to sponsor events. So it's lovely that, like Titans began with the school program, and now we have a number of other sponsors coming forward to sponsor not only college or university level programs, but also school level programs. So instead of Sanskrit, I would say in Punjabi, which is Mrs. Rekhi's mother tongue, and also the Sikh idea of Vand Chako. When you earn, you not just keep it to yourself. For the industry, the message is that you share whatever you have, and CSR is one way of doing it. So to all the members of the industry who are present here, Neeti is not here from ICICI. I would like to thank our guest of honor, Dr. Tapan, for accepting this invitation to be here, for our Deputy Director for sparing. I know he's very busy with Kshitij also, and I'm going to end this because I know he has to go to another event. For taking time to be there with young people like you all, to encourage you, and also to say a few words at this event. I'd also like to thank the entire Kharagpur community to be so welcoming to the organizers and guests in all possible ways, and helping us to organize this event very successfully. So we come to the end of the program, and I'd like to end the note with a special thanks once again. One group has been left out who's been working quietly behind the scenes, Devan Srivastav and his team of students who are part of the branding cell team, the 30 students who are part of the team. They are all not visible, and not yet, they are very much there. And also, I wasn't aware of the contribution of the research scholars. So I'd like to thank the research scholars who helped in first shortlisting the teams. Thank you very much. So, thank you, students and participating schools. Your participation gave us a great opportunity to share our endeavors and efforts with you. You are the beacon of light who will take our country. आप लोग अपने देश के चिराग हो, हिंदी में भी बोलते हैं थोड़ा, who will take our country to the next lap of technological revolution. Our best wishes to all of you in that mission. Thanks for visiting IIT Kharagpur, and keep visiting us again. As the Upanishads say, Vasudev Kutumbam, the world is a family, and we would cherish this bonding with you for a long time, and vow to work together to make this world a better place for our future generations. I hope you go back with some of our IIT lingo, and one of them is IIT Kharagpur ka tempo high hai.
Thank you, ma'am. We, the members of the Branding and Relations Cell, are truly delighted to have each and every one of you all here. Please give yourselves a huge round of applause. We thank you for taking part in the 4th edition of Young Innovators program.